Money.
Glenn Jarrett, could this be his night again?
Well, anytime the Winston is run, Eli, it could definitely be Dale Earnhardt's night. But, you know, the first thing we notice about the man in black is tonight, he's not. Take her off there, guys. From 1981 to 1987, Dale Earnhardt ran under the Wrangler jeans color, these blue and yellow colors you're looking at right now. He won 25 races and was well on his way to becoming the Dale Earnhardt that we all know and respect and love or hate today. Earnhardt into Winston. He started in every one of them. He has won over $1.2 million. He's won this race 3 times, 1987, 1990, 1993. He missed the third year in 96. He's hoping to make up for it tonight here in 1999. Anytime the Winston goes, Dale Earnhardt has a chance to win.
So, Buddy Baker, are veterans automatically the favorites in a race like this?
I wouldn't say that. I think, of course, having a lot of experience is important, but it's the guy with that deep-down grind in here. I want to win this race. That's the guy that will win.
And that certainly means a lot of the youngsters, Dick, can fall into that category.
Oh, yeah, there have been so many upsets in the Winston, it's hard to predict what's going to happen here tonight. Lots of surprises is the only thing we can be assured of.
One thing you can be assured of is that we will be right back in just a couple of moments as our live coverage of NASCAR's All-Star Weekend, the Winston, continues on TNN.
I believe in miracles. Where you from? You sexy thing, you. Where did you come from, baby?
The delicious chicken sandwich at Burger King. It might not be a miracle, but at just 99 cents, you gotta admit, it is kind of sexy.
When you have it your way, it just tastes better.
New grill guard, Steve? I like it.
Thanks, Sally. I got it at Pep Boys.
Hey, Sally, how about my chrome rims?
Step bars, bug shield, tires, and wheels.
Hey, Sally, hear that? Performance exhaust.
Love your car? Save $3 with Pennzoil. Buy 12 quarts of Pennzoil, get $3 back instantly.
Hey, Sally! Sally!
Sally moved. Hey, nice tow hitch.
Pep Boys.
Cars like us.
People love us.
Turtle wax. Some people say clear coat cars don't need wax. Clear coat's thinner than the piece of paper. So what protects the clear coat? New Turtle Wax Emerald Series car wax.
Waxing with Emerald Series puts down 4 times the Carnauba wax as the #1 brand, with no powdery residue.
Do your best wax job ever. Turtle Wax Emerald Series.
Emerald Series is the best hard shell finish. Turtle Wax.
For a quick touch-up between wax jobs, get new Emerald Series Premium Detailer.
Need brakes? Now during the Midas $40 lifetime brakes rebate, save $20 per axle or $40 for your whole car. Lifetime guaranteed $40 in savings right now. Go safely. Go Midas.
Every time I call, you're on the phone. Who are you talking to?
Friends, family, people I don't see that much.
Phone bills must be killing you.
No, I dial 10-10-321. Saves 50% on calls over 10 minutes.
50%? Wow. Am I ever going to get to shoot?
Not playing against me.
Welcome back to the Lowe's Motor Speedway. The ARCA race that is running is currently under caution after a spin involving Frank Kimmel. He's okay. He plans to run the Winston Open a bit later on. You'll see it right here on TNN. I'm Eli Gold, Buddy Baker, Dick Berggren on hand, and we are certainly glad you're with us. Terry Labonte is here this weekend. No surprise. This is the 15th running of the Winston. He's been in 14 of them. He also has a new paint scheme on his Monte Carlo. Here's some news on Texas Terry. He is NASCAR's Iron Man with over 610 consecutive starts on the Winston Cup circuit. In 1984, he won 2 races and had 24 top 10s, culminating in a NASCAR Winston Cup title. In the years since, he has finished in the top 5 in the points 5 times, including a second championship year in 1996. As for the All-Star Weekend, Terry won the Winston in 1988.
Last year, he suffered through a big crash. This year, his depth of experience at this racetrack and his courage and speed will surely help him this night.
The third member of our pit coverage crew here this weekend, Ralph Shaheen.
Eli, Terry Labonte had hoped to debut this brand new paint scheme with a win here at the Winston. You wouldn't be surprised to see that. As you said, he's won this race before. In fact, he has sat on the pole for it twice. But today, however, his crew has been working feverishly on the number 5. They have had very serious handling problems with this machine. Very loose going into the corners, very tight coming off. In fact, they're one of the last cars into the tech line today. Terry Labonte has been known, as you said, as the Iron Man. He has another nickname as well, the Iceman, and he's going to need all of that tonight because patience is going to be a key for Terry Labonte as he and his crew work to get the number 5 ready for that 10-lap shootout.
For 13 years, Bill Elliott has been NASCAR's most popular driver. He, too, is a former winner of the Winston, and he'd love to get back to victory lane tonight. Bill Elliott is indeed one of NASCAR's biggest stars. In 1985, he won a record 11 events on super speedways, including the Daytona 500. With that win and wins at Talladega and Darlington, he earned the very first Winston Million. Then the following year, $1 Million Bill won the Winston All-Star race in its only time run at Atlanta Motor Speedway. In 1988, he won the Winston Cup Championship.
Bill Elliott, 40 Winston Cup wins. He won this race in 1986, the Winston.
But Glenn Jarrett, it's not been a vintage day for Bill Elliott and the McDonald's bunch, has it been?
Oh, no, not at all, Eli. And as you can see right now, they're just now rolling the car out of the garage area to take it through inspection. He was the very last car to go through inspection to come out of the garage area. The reason? He had an engine problem, blew an engine late in practice today. They had to go to the engine that they used yesterday to qualify, so he has no engine, no practice on this engine today. Bill says the car drove pretty good before the engine blew. They haven't had any practice since then. Although he's only won this race once, he is the second all-time leading money winner in the Winston with over $750,000 in prize money. And there is nothing that they would like to do tonight than to overcome these problems by driving through victory lane.
Then there's Rusty Wallace, who is always a factor whenever you run here at the Lowe's Motor Speedway. Right now, Rusty relaxing in his motor home, getting his thoughts together for the 1999 running of the Winston. You can't talk about the elite of NASCAR Winston Cup racing without mentioning Rusty Wallace, a short track wizard. His first win came at Bristol in 1986. In 1989, he won 6 times and garnered the Winston Cup Championship. In that same year, he drove to victory in the Winston. And he is now 3rd on the list of active drivers with 49 wins, including at least 1 in each of the last 14 seasons.
Well, Rusty Wallace has a strong race car here tonight. He has been consistently fast. He goes into this race supremely confident, even for him.
Back to Steve Burns.
Hey, thanks, Eli. You know, a little while ago, you showed the viewers the motorhome compound where the drivers are. Well, you know what? Rusty Wallace is right inside there. This is the kind of event that he loves. He's a hard charger. You know, I was going to knock on the door, but better not, man. These guys are getting their game face on. They're getting ready to run for over $200,000.
That's what's happening down below. Up here, we're watching the final few laps of the ARCA race, and then NASCAR's All-Star Weekend will be upon us. The Winston coming up soon.
I've been everywhere, man. Across the deserts, bare, man.
If the technology in SuperGuard motor oil can protect these high-performance engines, imagine how it'll perform in your new Ford Taurus SHO. Visit our website, Citgo.com, and you could win a 1999 Ford Taurus SHO or one of 500 other valuable prizes when you play the SuperGuard Online 500 Racing Challenge. Register to win at Citgo.com.
I've been everywhere.
Looks like another scorcher. Hey, Mrs. Johnson.
You'd be surprised how much the right air conditioner can save on your monthly cooling costs. American Standard, cutting the cost to cool. Learn how to choose the air conditioning and heating system that's right for your home. Call 1-800-270-4528 for your free At Home with Comfort video.
A little drop of water. What could it do to your car's finish? Plenty. Unless you use Rain-X Ultra Wax. With the same super water-repelling action you get in Rain-X for windshields, it's easy to use. It makes water bead right up and roll right off, so it can't magnify the sun's harmful UV rays or form those nasty water spots. So use new Rain-X Ultra Wax. Nothing sticks but the shine.
This summer, if you can dream it up, Sonic can put it in a cup. We've got hundreds of drink flavors you can mix and match, plus our 44-ounce Route 44 big drinks. Enough choices to let your dreams run wild.
Sonic America's driving.
What do you get for a 75th anniversary? The biggest sale in Ace history. The Ace 75th anniversary sale. Don't miss it.
Left turn signal. Right turn signal. Headlights.
All right, move it out. The Channel Lock Spring Classic, Friday at 10 Eastern on TNN. Great crowd on hand here. Everybody getting set for the Winston at the Lowe's Motor Speedway. Welcome back, everybody. I'm Eli Gold, the entire TNN Motorsports crew. You know, color scheme changes have been part and parcel of the Winston for years. 1999, no exception. Case in point, that car for Dale Jarrett. In the last 3 NASCAR Winston Cup seasons, Dale Jarrett has finished in the top 3 in the points chase. His first Winston Cup victory came in a photo finish at Michigan in 1991. And in 1996, he led the new Robert Yates Quality Care Team to victory in both the Daytona 500 and the Brickyard 400. In 1998, he won the No Bull 5 race at Talladega, and he has 3 wins here in Charlotte, including the 1996 Coca-Cola 600.
Anytime this guy gets on the racetrack at Charlotte, he's a force at this racetrack. 2-time winner at Daytona 500, and some people think this is a sleeping giant in the race tonight.
But one thing is for sure, Glenn Jarrett, the folks know of your brother and his family's charitable work, too.
Exactly right, Eli. This is another new paint job we're going to talk about tonight. This one for Dale Jarrett. In the past couple of years, Dale and his wife Kelly and their entire family has become very actively involved in supporting the Susan G. Komen Breast Cancer Foundation. And they're going to use this car in the race tonight to help raise money for that. Dale, how's it going to work?
Well, what happened is the people at Ford Credit who helped us with this and Ford Quality Care Service came to us and said, look, we'd like to do something special. We know that you like this organization, and so what we're doing, Robert Yates and myself and Ford Motor Company, who normally get the royalties from the die-cast that are made by Action Performance for these type of things, we gave up all of those royalties. All the royalties are going to the Susan G. Komen Breast Cancer Foundation, and estimates right now is going to be at least $100,000 that'll be donated there.
Wow, that's terrific. This is his wife, Kelly, and Kelly, I know this is something very near and dear to you.
Yes, not unlike a lot of people who really want to help out in many ways and don't know how to do that and don't have an avenue. Ford has done that for us, and we're just able to bring the awareness for the Komen Foundation, and that's what's been incredible for us is just through the past 3 years with the race car, how many people have come to us and told us, you know, they're becoming more aware of it. So it's exciting for us.
Well, thanks, guys. Thanks for your help. Thanks for your donation, and good luck tonight.
Thanks.
You know, a lot of folks over the years have thought that Jeff Gordon was Superman. Well, now, if you look at his race car's paint job, you're more convinced than ever. At the tender age of 27, Jeff Gordon rules the NASCAR Winston Cup circuit. In 1993, he began his career with Rookie of the Year honors. The following year, he would record his first Winston Cup win in the Coca-Cola 600, followed by a win in the inaugural Brickyard 400. The year after that, he brought home the first of 3 championships in a 4-year span in which he had won the Daytona 500 twice, the Winston twice, and the No Bull 5 3 times.
Well, he's done it all. And last year, nobody will ever forget, on the white flag lap, he runs out of fuel.
Ralph Shaheen, who do you have down there? Clark Kent or Superman?
I think we have Superman, Eli. As you said, Everybody looks forward to the new paint schemes that are debuted at the Winston. One of the most highly anticipated was the one from Action DuPont and Jeff Gordon. It is the Superman paint scheme. And to make the presentation of this beautiful painting commemorating the Superman paint scheme, Mr. Fred Wagenhall, CEO of Action. Fred?
Thank you very much. And Tom Bishop, the guy that painted this, and myself at Action would like to hand this over to Jeff Gordon.
Wow, Jeff, that's pretty impressive and a beautiful looking car. I know you're excited about the paint scheme, but I know you're really thrilled to get back to the Winston. Last year, you hadn't won, fuel problem. Last week at Richmond, trouble. This team's always big about bouncing back from adversity. Do you feel that's your ace up your sleeve tonight?
We're real excited about it. Let me first say thanks to Tom Bishop and everybody at Action Performance, and also DC Comics and Warner Bros. For bringing Superman on board with me. I'm not claiming to be Superman tonight. I'm just carrying him on board with me as my co-pilot. But, you know, this is a race that we really enjoy, and we love this race for the fans. But it's very intense for the drivers and the teams, and we're going to do everything we can to try to get that 24 to victory lane.
Eli, no word yet, but there's talk they might decorate the pit stall like a phone booth.
Thanks a lot, Ralph. That is the stealth car. They tell me it's going to fly like an eagle when Mark Martin gets behind the wheel. I guess we'll all have to wait and find out together. In almost any other year, Mark Martin's efforts in 1998 would have netted him the championship. As a matter of fact, Mark has been runner-up in the point battle 3 times in his career. His first NASCAR Winston Cup win came in 1989 at Rockingham, and since then he has finished 6th or better in the points battle every season. He has 3 points wins at Charlotte, and last year found victory lane in the Winston.
Last year's winner has got a brand new race car for tonight with a brand new special paint scheme. It's going to take him 2 days to change that paint scheme, but hey, this is the Winston. Anything goes.
Steve Burns is downstairs in the garage.
Yeah, and it's going to be a little bit of a secret for a little while longer, but I'll give you a hint, just like Dick Bergeron said, it has Eagle One colors, and, well, we can't take it off just yet, but remember, Mark Martin won the race last year. This is a brand new car, and it is a brand new paint scheme. We'll check it out just a little bit later on.
Buddy, did you ever have a race with a special one race only paint scheme?
Every time I went into a race as close as I run, and we had full contact racing back in my day, everything I had on my car was special, believe me, including the paint.
That's Buddy Baker. We are coming right back. More of our coverage of the Winston. And a reminder, if you're looking for the ride of your life, log on to TNNRacing.com. A live webcast of tonight's running of the Winston.
Pep Boys knows how to give you a great deal on tires. They don't run specials on just one size. Pep Boys discounts every size in stock. That means all 35,000-mile tires are 4 for $99. And all 70,000-mile tires are 4 for only $169. Even top-of-the-line 80,000-mile touring tires, all sizes 4 for $199. Call it a bonanza, an extravaganza. It's how you save on tires.
Pep Boys. Cars like us. People love us.
Things that make you go, break it down. Things that make you go.
The delicious chicken sandwich at Burger King. At just 99 cents, the taste isn't the only thing that makes you go.
When you have it your way, it just tastes better.
Rock and roll! We love you!
To keep your car rocking, protect your engine with Havoline Formula 3 motor oil. Add more life to your car.
Move it, they're catching us.
Need brakes? Now during the Midas $40 lifetime brakes rebate, save $20 per axle or $40 for your whole car. Lifetime guaranteed $40 in savings right now. Go safely. Go Midas.
Today there are over 300 Red Roof Inns. We've renovated our rooms, brighter colors, better fixtures, but kept our rates as affordable as ever. How do we do it? Cheap commercials. Call 1-800-THE-ROOF and save money like you mean it.
Well, everything seems to be in readiness. The pit crews are set to go. The war wagons are loaded. The crowd beginning to thin out just a bit in the garage area. The ARCA race on the track is in its final few moments, and we're closing in on the start of the Winston Open, that 50-lap race from which the winner, and only the winner, will advance into the Winston NASCAR's All-Star Spectacular. Glenn Jarrett, what are the drivers doing right now in these final few moments before pre-race introductions?
Most of them are laying in the lounge just sleepy like, nah, I'm only kidding. The crews are still working hard. Final wax job going on Jeff Burton's car. 3 guys this afternoon had engine problems. Jeff Burton was one of those. They changed engines. We told you about Bill Elliott. Also, Dale Jarrett had an engine problem. So they've got very little, if any at all, laps on those engines.
And I'm not surprised about engine problems, Glenn. This is where the motor guys really earn their money. These diets have all been, or motors have all been on a diet. Any moving part of the drivetrain has been lightened. So these engines are like grenades. It's only a matter of time before you pull the pin.
One of the things I have found out in the garage area this afternoon from talking to crew chiefs is that the cars get really bad when they're running behind somebody in the later stages of the races. A lot of teams used to try to be at the very back trying to come to the front in that last 10-lap segment. This year, a lot of teams are talking about changing their strategy. Go to the front early and stay there all night.
So a lot to talk about. We'll all find out how it unfolds together. Last night, 2 qualifying races were run to set the field for the Winston Open. Mike Skinner and Tony Stewart won their respective events. But now as we close in on the Winston, how about a look back at some of the great moments of the race, taking back to its first running in 1985. Mike Joy was at the microphone with the call.
A hand in the air, a wave to the crowd of 100,000 plus. He wins $200,000 and he blows up. Going in the first corner, he blew up. What a Hollywood ending.
The so-called pass in the grass happened in '87 with Keith Jackson at the microphone.
And Earnhardt loses it, goes on the grass, comes back, and Elliott goes inside. And Earnhardt still got the lead. Incredible.
Paul Page on ABC brought you the action of Rusty Wallace and Darrell Waltrip.
Darrell Waltrip in the fourth corner now. Wallace comes down low again. He puts the tire. Waltrip loses it as they cut. Waltrip spins it backwards across the grass as they come to the white flag.
It was Mike Joy who described the late race action between Davey Allison and Kyle Petty.
Here comes Davey Allison to the bottom. It'll be the finish everybody was waiting for. They crash past the finish line.
Buddy Dick and myself were right there Mike's side for 1996's finish.
Oh, and here goes Michael Waltrip for the lead. Michael Waltrip takes advantage of Earnhardt and Labonte touching.
And who could forget last year's remarkable last lap happenings?
Jeff Gordon has broken on the white flag lap. Jeff Gordon has broken on the white flag lap.
14 years of history, 14 years of unpredictability. What does tonight have in store? Stay tuned. The Winston NASCAR's All-Star Race is next live on TNN Motorsports.
TNN, America's country home, is a service of CBS Cable.
Get ready for this week's Roller Jam. It's one bad jam, baby, because bad is good.
That is good. It is so great.
Brown and D'Amato, the BAD boys.
Domination through devastation. We will conquer this league. We will stop at nothing.
They're breaking all the rules.
I'm destroying everybody.
The Hot Dice, the Wrestlers, Roller Jam. Friday at 8, 7 Central on TNN.
An Allstate agent can insure your car, your home, your business, even your life. Who's your insurance agent?
See Craig Nyreen at the corner of Cecilia and Morningside or call 274-8910. See Doug Van Holland at 8th and Hamilton or call 252-9898.
Being in good hands is the only place to be.
With summer just around the corner, it's time to visit Hulk Motors for Family Days. A new minivan or sport utility is perfect for family trips. Only Hulk has 11 sport utility models on one lot, or choose from 4 minivan models. They're all priced to sell with financing as low as 1.9% and rebates up to $27.50. Register to win a TV with video player for your new vehicle and get a free Rand McNally Road Atlas with a test drive. Don't miss Family Days at Hulk Motors, downtown Sioux City. Hulk has the one for you.
The following is a special presentation of TNN Motorsports. It lives in the bull ring battles that have taken place on every Saturday night for decades in every corner of America. It has driven 1 million young hot shoes to dream, even as they strapped themselves into their Saturday night specials and glanced up at the hot summer lights of someday being at the pinnacle of stock car racing. And even as that dream is realized, it follows, roaring to life every time there is an inch of daylight and a checkered flag in sight, cringing every time a right foot lifts from an accelerator. For it lives in a place where there are no points battles to hide behind, where adrenaline makes the impossible the essential, where men and hearts race at the speed of 1 million flashbulbs that bring to light a dark, primal place in the human psyche. It lives in the blinding light, the champagne, and the fireworks of Victory Lane. It lives in the Winston.
In 1996, Michael Waltrip did what many thought was impossible. He won the Winston Open and went on to win the Winston. Tonight, once again, one driver will come out of the Winston Open and make it into the Winston, hoping to go all the way to take the big checker flag at the end of the night. It is without a doubt one of the wildest races of the year, the Winston Open is. And if you win it, you have to make sure you have some sort of a car left. After all the paint swapping, tire rubbing, and sheet metal bashing to win the Winston Open, you have to have a car left if you want a chance to win the Winston.
It is exciting because it's sort of like a Saturday night shootout. No points, no worries. Go for it.
These are the greatest conditions in the world. The greatest fans overflowing the stands, and everybody glued to the TV. It's getting that trophy. You know, that's more important than the money, getting that trophy.
This is a night when everybody takes a risk. The engine builders, the mechanics, but especially the driver. You'll see these guys do things tonight that you may never see again. Tonight is about being a hero or a zero. And you know why everybody's here? Everybody? The last 10 laps.
From a driver's standpoint, it's some of the most exciting racing you'll do all year long.
Getting ready to get to green in that 10-lap segment is the most tense that I am all year. It's even more so than the Daytona 500.
And that last 10 laps is definitely what tonight is all about. They've been here for 2 days. They've had the practice that they need. They've raced for 60 laps tonight before that last 10-lap segment. If they don't have it figured out by then, they ain't going to get it. The last 10-lap segment, you throw caution to the wind, take every risk, every chance that you can to get to victory lane first. Why? Because it pays $200,000 to win that last 10-lap segment. I think that's plenty of reward for anybody and everybody. We've seen some great finishes in those last 10 laps. I can't believe we're going to see anything but that tonight.
It is all Always much anticipated, and now it is here. The Winston, NASCAR's all-star race at the Lowe's Motor Speedway, a racetrack a mile and a half around, awash in bright lights. The grandstands filled to capacity, and you folks may well have the best seat in the house. Hi, everyone. Eli Gold welcoming you on behalf of the entire TNN Motorsports crew to the Lowe's Motor Speedway, where the talking is done. We're set to fire the engines and see who is the best of the best. But what about that first race, the Winston Open? Well, we have the AutoZone race analysis that shows you what you'll be seeing and enjoying here tonight. A lot of money on the line. Those dollars reflect the Winston. The Winston Open purse, as you see in its own right, is $308,000. But you've got to get from the Winston Open. The winner will advance to the Winston. Everybody else goes home. You're curious as to how the drivers qualified for the race? Well, there you see both the Winston Open and the Winston eligibility lists, and we will have a 21-car starting field for the All-Star event that will roll a bit later on this evening. Hall of Famer Buddy Baker is alongside of me, and Buddy, as we see the rules for the Winston, you have run in this event. You've run the Winston Open. How special was this weekend to you in your driving days?
Well, little did I know this would be the last Winston Cup victory that I was going to have in my career. But let me tell you, when I advanced into the Winston, that was as important as the 4 times I won at this Speedway.
You know, what's also interesting, Dick Berggren, is you talk to a lot of drivers, and they will cite a win on this weekend as truly a career highlight.
Yeah, especially the ones who have never won a Winston Cup point race like Todd Bodine, Dick Trickle, Ricky Craven. They will surely tell you that winning the Winston Open is right up there at the top of their entire career.
It is an overcast evening as darkness settles upon Charlotte, North Carolina. The conditions are truly ideal. Tony Stewart's car rolling to the grid. The Winston Open is just around the corner.
Rock and roll! We love you!
Rock and roll! We love you!
To keep your car rocking, protect your engine with Haviland Formula 3 motor oil. Add more life to your car.
Move it! They're catching us!
There's something special about the folks who work at AutoZone. The fact that they know more than a thing or two about looking up parts and solving problems. Their willingness to go the extra mile. And their belief in doing what's right. So it's no wonder why millions of customers turn to us each week for help in getting back on the road. Because working at AutoZone means taking pride in taking care of people.
Hi, I'm Jeff Burton with an exciting message for NASCAR fans. Buy any Exide NASCAR Select product and get a Motorola pager free. It's a great way to enter the Exide NASCAR Select 99 sweepstakes. Every month you'll be paged with another chance to win cool prizes. You could even win $50,000 and be an honorary member of the Exide Racing Team pit crew for the first race of the next century. Look for details wherever Exide NASCAR Select is sold.
Holy, man, I gotta find a phone.
He's got pride in his heart and dirt on his hands. There's one place to find a hard-working man. Ford Country, look at that truck. Ford Country, built Ford tough. Ford Country, when the work gets done. Ford Country.
Get to the Tough Truck Stampede at your local Ford store.
TNN Motorsports live coverage of the Winston NASCAR's All-Star Race is being brought to you by Haviland Formula 3 motor oil. Add more life to your car. By the more than 2,500 AutoZone stores across America. AutoZone, the best parts in auto parts. By Exide NASCAR Select, the official automotive battery of NASCAR. And by Ford, the official truck of NASCAR is built Ford tough. Welcome in, everybody. You see the grandstands. They are filled to capacity here at the Lowe's Motor Speedway, formerly known as the Charlotte Motor Speedway. We are outside of Charlotte, North Carolina. Eli Gold, Dick Berggren, Buddy Baker, with Glenn Jarrett, Steve Burns, Ralph Shaheen down on the pit lane and in the garage area. Of course, if any of these guys go to the garage area tonight, Buddy, that driver's night is clearly done.
The news is out.
Yes.
Anytime you pull in there, it's over.
Any way to predict off of what we saw last night? We saw Mike Skinner dominate his qualifier. We saw Tony Stewart dominate his qualifier. The likelihood of either one running off in this Winston Open coming up?
Pretty slim, it really is. They've had all day to work on the race cars. Some teams surely have gotten faster, and some of those fast guys have managed to adjust their cars right out of high speed.
And there's a guy who knows what high speed is about, although in relative terms, 220 miles an hour today, Dick, at the Brickyard in qualifying for the Indianapolis 500. That, to me, is plenty fast. It wasn't, though, in the relative scheme of things.
Not as far as he was concerned. Tony Stewart thought he had a shot for the pole, and so did his fans, but he is going to start 20th in the Indianapolis 500.
Eli, you look at these guys. He and Skinner dominated last night, but I can tell you, I talked to the crew chiefs. They said we learned so much last night in the race. Some of the cars that were not competitive, they will be tonight.
So everybody getting little horseplay, and that's what the Winston weekend is all about. It is serious, but it is fun, as the Home Depot driver and the Lowe's Home Improvement Warehouse driver get together.
Some things are obvious from the start. Like, things turn out better when you work together. That's why the UAW International Union and General Motors Corporation got together to create programs to improve skills and safety, to educate, to promote teamwork and build better quality cars and trucks. Assembly line to finish line. Teamwork wins.
Just because you're in front doesn't mean you sit back and watch the others try and catch up. If you can make a great thing better, you do it. And that's what they've done with new Mobil 1 Tri-Synthetic. That's a bit of a mouthful, but basically it means new Mobil 1 protects against engine wear better than ever before. Helps your anti-pollution gear work better too. For me, using anything less just isn't an option.
Nothing outperforms Mobil 1.
$10 for lunch? I heard of a guy got a brand new car for that.
Sounds like a Darrell Waltrip story.
Oh, I swear it's true. This guy was at the track, he sees this notice, says brand new hot rod, $10.
No, it's not a misprint. Stop by and see for yourself.
Turns out her husband met this little gal at the track, and he ran off to Tahiti with her. And he told his wife to sell the car and send him the money.
No.
Now at Kmart.
Need brakes? Now during the Midas $40 lifetime brakes rebate, save $20 per axle or $40 for your whole car. Lifetime guaranteed $40 in savings right now. Go safely. Go Midas.
This summer, if you can dream it up, Sonic can put it in a cup. We've got hundreds of drink flavors you can mix and match. Plus, our 44-ounce Route 44 big drinks. Enough choices to let your dreams run wild.
Sonic America's driving.
Pre-race activities underway here at the Lowe's Motor Speedway. Let's go trackside to Glenn Jarrett.
Well, thanks, Eli. You know, one of the most important orders of business for any sporting event of this magnitude is the singing of our national anthem. And tonight, as a tribute to the fans, their tremendous support, the fans of auto racing here at Lowe's Motor Speedway, they are going to sing the national anthem. You folks at home, let's all join along.
They are just a few seconds away from singing the national anthem. And indeed, this is a tribute to the fans, because after all, that's what an all-star weekend is all about. And the fans here at the Lowe's Motor Speedway, along with a soundtrack provided over the public address system, will collectively, some 150,000 voices strong, will sing our national anthem as we get the Winston weekend underway here in Charlotte. Obviously, some folks still checking on the words to the anthem. And here we go, our national anthem. Some folks sang, some didn't. For the record, Buddy Baker did sing the anthem here in the booth. And as you can clearly see, people from every country stood up as a result. It is a beautiful night here. We appreciate the folks who've taken the time to make that banner and join us here at the racetrack. And now it's time to get down to business. This race, 50 laps, only the winner gets into the Winston. And as we said before, folks, last night they had two 25-lap qualifying races. They called them the No Bull 25s. And the results of those races established the starting lineup for this Winston Open qualifier. And truly, Mike Skinner and Tony Stewart just ran away in their respective events.
Well, they did. And there's something else that they have to really guess on tonight, is everybody right now realizes the racetrack's going to change considerably. As it gets darker, it's going to cool off. The racetrack's going to build a little bit of push in the cars. A lot of teams last night were complaining the cars were too tight. That means the front end is pushing out towards the wall and very hard to drive that way.
Just for the record, earlier this afternoon, Robert Presley and Steve Park were quickest in practice, but that was, looking at my time charts here, at about 2:46 this afternoon. A little different than right now, 7:46 p.m. Eastern time.
It'll be interesting to see how that all works out. When the cars are adjusted for the heat, they don't run well in the darkness. Now, Tony Stewart spent much of his day at the Indianapolis Motor Speedway. Virtually no time in his race car. Who knows? That may prove to be an advantage to him.
Larry McReynolds told me, he said, we're going to use most of the notes that we got in the practice here prior to the running of the Winston. Also, the race they ran last night, they were pedaling back. They said they actually backed off about halfway and rode the distance out. So they have a better car than they even showed last night. That's bad for the other people out there.
Well, the talking is over, guys. Let's fire them up as the command from Jack Johnson is about set to go.
Start your engine!
If this house could talk, it wouldn't tell you about the custom cabinets in each Fleetwood home, but about Coco and heart-to-heart talks. And it wouldn't go on about our wall-to-wall warranty, but about kids growing 2 inches in a year. Because at Fleetwood, we know the quality that counts most in a home is the quality of life inside. Fleetwood Homes, quality for life. Call 1-800-350-2300 for a Fleetwood Homes retailer near you.
Value paint, and you can't do better. It really is this good.
Goes on like this, goes on like this, looks like this, right like this.
True Value paint. Great paint, great store.
Eagle One wet car polish provides a rich, deep shine. But why does NASCAR winner Mark Martin use Eagle One products?
You always want to look your best.
Eagle One. Are you ready for the attention? Free Hot Wheels with every purchase of Eagle One wet polish and wax while supplies last.
What's it like to bite into a Wendy's Classic half-pound double with cheese? Man, this is weird. Wendy's, it's hamburger bliss.
The field now pulling away on the first of 3 pace laps as we get set for the Winston Open. The winner of this event will qualify for the Winston. That'll be upcoming shortly after 9 o'clock Eastern time this evening. Let's take a look at who has qualified for this Winston Open as they align behind that new year 2000 Chevy Monte Carlo. Mike Skinner and Tony Stewart, they won their No Bull 25s last night. Jimmy Spencer and Wally Dallenbach, they finished second in the 2 qualifiers last night. Schrader and Irwin finishing third in their races, and you get the idea. Brett Bodine and Kevin LePage, they finished in 4th spot, and on down the line. Once you get past where you see Rich Bickle and Rick Mast, you really have your work cut out for you here tonight.
Well, those are good race cars that you have to pass here. And Steve Park, you know, was the fastest in practice and qualifying for the events last night. Had a spark plug wire come off. So anything can happen. Just because you run fast does not mean you're going to lead this race.
Steve Park, Joe Nemechek, Andy Hillenberg with crew chiefing help from Cliff Champion and Dan Pardis back in row number 12. Horace said first time to run this track in competition was yesterday. Derek Cope, Dave Marcus, Morgan Shepherd is here trying to earn his way into the Winston. So too Hut Strickland. And from the ARCA Bondo Marhide series, Frank Kimmel also in the field here today. If you've never been to the Lowe's Motor Speedway, only the name has changed. The dimensions are all the same as it's been for years. 24 degrees of banking in the corners, 5 degrees on the straights, but that corner, particularly turn 4, buddy, it really almost forces a car to push a little bit, doesn't it?
It does, and in the center part of the corner, the car starts to walk out towards the outside wall, and then coming off turn 4, there's a very famous bump there called Humpy's Bump. And when you come off there, if you're a little bit crooked, you can eat that wall up coming out of the corner.
There you see the crowd on the back straightaway. In years past, they didn't even used to open the backstretch grandstand for the Winston weekend. Now, you see it's more than half full, while the main grandstand is virtually full. Hey, folks, you can enter the TNN Pedal to the Metal sweepstakes, and you could be a winner. Later today, if you can answer the question of who is the winner of the Winston Open, that's this race coming up right now, you could win the grand prize. It's a Ford F-150 4x4 pickup truck, or a first prize trip to one of 4 NASCAR Winston Cup races. It'll be aired right here on TNN. Want to enter? It's easy. Just send your name, age, address, phone number, and the answer on a postcard to the address you see right there on the screen at TNN Station, P.O. Box 3582, Southbury, Connecticut. Or you can even enter online at country.com. That's where you find TNN on the World Wide Web. The entry deadline to win the trip to the MBNA Platinum 400 is May the 28th. You've got 6 days to enter that, so good luck. And we'd love to see you at Dover Downs International Speedway.
Interesting, some of the pre-race publicity about this event was what would ever happen if the 2 home improvement cars wound up side by side. We're going to see it. Last time those 2 cars got together, it was Talladega, and Tony Stewart wound up doing just fine racing through the grass. Skinner wound up wrecked.
Indeed, that was the first time those guys got together earlier this season. I mentioned in passing moments ago, as you see the field now going past the start-finish line to get the 1-to-go signal, the pace car here is the new 2000 Chevy Monte Carlo. You'll be seeing in the competition for NASCAR Winston Cup teams come February of 2000, obviously. And the same thing, the Ford Taurus folks put a little artist rendition of what their new Taurus is going to look like for the year 2000.
Yeah, as a matter of fact, Rusty Wallace and the guys up there in Mooresville right now are working on a prototype as we speak.
Let's go down to the pits quickly. Glenn Jarrett with a word from the Mike Skinner pit.
Well, you know, last night after Mike Skinner blew away the field in his 25-lap segment win, he told us they were going to make a lot of changes on the car. Well, they thought better about that. The only changes they made were a slight camber adjustment to the front end, and they put a 1/16" smaller bar in the car. But they've got a secret weapon in the pits here tonight. Now, this is a passing flag. Larry McReynolds just told me that anybody that gets ahead of Mike Skinner, they're going to wave this at him. Of course, it just happens to be the Lowe's colors also.
Well, everybody's got something up their sleeve here at the Winston. Half lap away from going to the green. Some of the other numbers pertinent to this evening's first race. 50 laps is 75 miles. Hey, buddy, remember when you used to run real races, point races that didn't have a posted purse of $308 grand?
Eli, the first race I won here at the Charlotte Motor Speedway is 600-mile race, I won $22,000 for 600 miles. That tells you how much things have changed.
In this first race, Tony Stewart will be giving us a ride around the Lowe's Motor Speedway as you see the pace car pulling away. And we're about set to go for this 50-lap event. So Tony will be giving us the onboard look with Mike Skinner alongside of him. And the green is in the air. Glad you're with us on TNN Motorsports. Just like they started till turn 3, and Skinner gets the edge, but can he hang on?
You can see Mike Skinner start getting a little bit loose coming off turn 4, and to the bottom, Tony Stewart makes his move.
That was Tony Stewart at the line.
Believe it or not, yesterday was the first time Tony Stewart ever turned a lap in a Winston Cup car here at Charlotte. He had burned his feet in California, was unable to do the tests. So yesterday, he started, raced, won his first ever Winston Cup show here.
Good three-wide scramble, middle of the field. That was at 7th, 8th, and 9th, and Brett Bodine, and that blue number 11 there was the guy who had to give just a minute or else stack up the whole field.
Yeah, and the 16 there, that was Kevin LePage. He's running the high line. You see right now, Wally Dolan back in the 25 fighting very hard to hold off Skinner. Skinner gets loose in the middle part of the corner. Here comes Spencer.
Jimmy Spencer, he's in the 23. That's the scramble for third. And again, remember, only the winner advances. Jimmy Spencer won this race back in 1996.
Yeah, after starting 15th, he passes cars here.
That's a good scramble right there. Of course, 33 is Kenny Schrader, 28 Kenny Irwin.
Kenny Irwin just a second ago was bump drafting there with the 33 of Schrader down the front straightaway, actually pushing him down there, trying to get a little momentum down the back straightaway.
All of this 4/10 of a second behind Tony Stewart, the race leader, as he and Skinner pull away as they did last night in their qualifying races.
Well, these guys get this thing sorted out, then they're going to be able to have an opportunity at least to try and run those two guys down. But as long as they keep hammering away at each other for 3rd, 4th, 5th spot, they're going to keep falling further and further back.
That is about a second a lap side by side like that. Look at Kenny Irwin Jr. making a move in the 28 car there. Getting down into turn 3.
3 wide again. This time Kenny Irwin has to give as Schrader comes down low. But Wally Dallenbach, I think, said thanks for getting me out of that pickle.
Dallenbach has been extremely quick here for the entire session. Fast at virtually every practice. Had a good run last night in his No Bull 25.
Those cars are now 2 full seconds behind Tony Stewart and Mike Skinner. That's how significant all of that side-by-side battling was. It just let the front two get gone, as we say. 77, remember, that's Robert Presley in that blue car working the outside. He told you earlier he was quickest in the afternoon practice here today.
You know, when you see cars running side by side like these guys are doing right there, that air in front of the two cars is like a big board up there, and it really slows them down aerodynamically. When they fall in line and go nose to tail, it's very streamlined and goes quick down the straightaway.
If you've never seen a night race at this track, as you see the Steve Park machine working.
All clear, all clear.
If you've never seen a night race here, you notice the sparks coming up as the guys go towards the banking. They're bottoming out as we see a good third place scramble here. Donald back in the red car. Jimmy Spencer in that 23 to his high side. How upsetting to a driver and to the car is bottoming out like that, buddy.
Well, it depends on how hard you hit. You know, in the daytime, it's actually doing that. You don't see any sparks. At night, all of a sudden, these sparks look like the whole bottom side of the car is tagging off. But they're just barely touching at certain parts of the racetrack. But if
Clear either side, clear either
side. It jerks the wheels off the racetrack and gets it very, very loose.
Donald back in Irwin. 4th place. Give it to Kenny Irwin, and here comes Kenny Schrader. Now it is 3 seconds from the front two back to that scramble. 3 full seconds. Skinner trailing Tony Stewart. They have pulled away. The lead is a good one, but again, that is 3 seconds ahead of Spencer, Dallenbach, Irwin, and the rest of that group. Problems. David Green spins here on the main straightaway. Caution on the racetrack. It'll be at lap number 10, and caution laps do count in this event. They don't count in the Winston coming up later, but in this Winston Open, caution laps will count towards the total of 50. You can see that David Green okay and refires the Kodiak Chevrolet.
But all that happened off turn 4 there. You talk about how difficult that corner is on these race cars. You see the left side there, left rear tires flat, left front tires flat. A lot of contact on the left side of that race car.
And so much of that 3-second lead that Stewart and Skinner had.
Yep, that's all over. Right now they're going to be right on their back bumper, and we've got a good race coming as a result. They do race back to the caution here in the Open, but there's a gentleman's agreement that you don't do that unless you're trying to unlap yourself.
Take a look at what happened here with David Green coming off the corner. Don't know if he got into some jam there with Park and the others.
Looked like Steve Park in the one there, just off the corner there. Sometimes you'll lose momentum. It looked like Park may have just touched him very lightly coming off that corner. But boy, it's very, very dangerous when you come off that corner if anybody touches you.
So we are under caution for the first time here at the Lowe's Motor Speedway. 10 laps into the Winston Open. The winner will advance in as the Bass Pro Shops hot air balloon is with us tonight as well. Stop for tires. Why are we under caution? Well, if you're just getting back from the refrigerator, here's what you missed.
Steve Park just gets into the back of the 41 there of David Green. You see him going around there. Everybody going to the high side. Joe Nemechek goes by there. Ted Musgrave. Now he goes back out to the outside. You see all 4 tires locked down and back in on the driver's side. Makes contact with the outside wall.
And you will notice that the car did not steer well with all those 4 tires locked up.
It's amazing how that happens.
Yeah.
And there it is again. The crew tried to fix it, but unable to do so, and David Green has gone to the garage.
The roof flaps really worked on that car. You could see them fly up to hold that car down on the racetrack.
Quickly, Glenn Jarrett.
Toe-in problems for the 41 car, Eli. That's the problem. The 31 car of Mike Skinner is reporting his car feels real good. It's a little loose on the high side of the racetrack, but he likes it. Steve?
Hey, Glenn, Jimmy Spencer's crew said that the car was loose, but it's coming back to him. Let's check in with Ralph Shaheen.
Tony Stewart says number 20 is a little bit loose in the corners, but the crew tells him once the Hoosier rubber that the ARCA Series runs wears off the track and the Goodyear rubber that the Winston Cup cars run gets laid down, he'll be good to go.
Scientific business as we're going back to green. Lap 14 of 50 in the Winston Open. Skinner wants the lead if he can grab it. That blue and yellow, number 31, could not make the move. Look at Tony Stewart get gone.
He is strong tonight, very strong. There are people who have said in the garage area that Tony Stewart could well win the Open, the Winston, and the Indianapolis 500.
Jimmy Spencer running the high line around the corner there, trying to take over second spot, and does.
The guys are saying the car's coming to him, and our pit reporters know of what they speak, but Skinner's not going quietly.
No, he's going to put up a big fight, and side by side, you can see right now Skinner's car is giving up just a little bit in the center part of the corner. He does not get off the corner as well as Jimmy Spencer at this time.
Now, these lead cars did not make a pit stop during caution. The fellas in the back, like Robert Presley, Donnie Benson, Buckshot Jones, Ricky Craven, those fellas, Hutch Strickland, Derek Cope, they all made pit stops. Boris said made a couple of pit stops. But the leaders, they all stayed out there. You don't want to give up track position.
Watching Kenny Schrader there running along in 4th place right now, doing a great job with the 33 car. He's moving them back quarter pound there on Mike Skinner as they go down the back straightaway.
He's had some great runs in the Winston Open. He's been second twice. He's been third twice. He's been 4th once. Never won it. Look at Joe Nemechek come in there.
Oh!
On the bottom.
Dicey in 13th spot.
That's called as close as you can come without turning them around. There was a little bit of contact, but not enough.
There, still there. We're clear. Keep gas, everybody, gas on. Inside.
Steve Park's
inside,
radio.
Still there.
Ty Norris is
clear now. Clear. All clear.
Taylor Unincorporated. New crew chief there with Felipe Lopez having moved on earlier in the week. Paul Andrews, now the crew chief for Steve Park. There's a good battle too. The 9 is Nadeau. The other blue car, the 11, that's Brett Bodine. 75. Scrambling with them, Ted Musgrave. That is 12th, 13th, and 14th.
Oh, hold that thing. I tell you, when you're under a car going in the corner at 195 miles an hour, it jerks the back end around on the car. You can see Nadeau fighting for control there.
He's been fast in practice, but he had a tough run last night. He lost control of the car, did a pretty good wiggle, wound up toward the back of the pack, and that's why he didn't start up as far forward as he might otherwise have.
You guys see Jerry sawing on that steering wheel a little bit too?
He's working.
And he better keep on doing it if that car's that loose, because he's right on the brink of getting the back around on that car. You can see it wiggle every time he goes into the corner.
Again, that is position 10 on back.
He hung tough. He got the spot.
Yeah, sure did. Brett got shuffled out as Musgrave in the 75. Kenny Wallace in the 55. All try and cover the positions. All of this now still 1 second behind the race leader, Tony Stewart. Jimmy Spencer is second. Mike Skinner is third. Schrader is fourth. And Kenny Irwin fifth. There you see the interval from first back to second. If you're not familiar, Tony Stewart ran here last night. As soon as action was over here last night, he flew to Indianapolis, where he qualified as the #2 driver to go out in qualifying at the Brickyard today. Ran his laps, 220 miles an hour plus. Hopped back on the plane, arrived here at the Speedway today at about 3:25 this afternoon.
You know, Dick and I talked to him yesterday in the garage area, and Tony Stewart says, I'm not looking at a clock, I'm not looking at a watch. They tell me when to run to the airport, they tell me to get in the car, drive, they tell me when to come back to Charlotte.
And he's got a wild week and a half coming up with police escorts and helicopters and jets that are capable of near Mach 1 in order to be able to run both the Indianapolis 500 and everything going on here at Charlotte. But Charlotte is the priority, no question about it. This thing comes first. They say that if Tony Stewart's in the middle of the Indianapolis 500 and it's time to go to Charlotte to race Winston Cup, he parks the car at Indy and comes here.
29 laps to go. You see some good scrambling middle of the field. Unfortunately for these guys, only the winner goes on to run in the All-Star race. And same story with David Green. He won't run the Winston tonight. He's in the garage.
Eli, a short night for David Green. He really wanted to run well here tonight. David, tell us what happened on the racetrack.
Just getting started at 50 lapper, you know, and I got shuffled up on the high side right there, and I'm all the way up against the wall and kind of got ran into, but you hear it all the time, you see it all the time, but that's racing, I guess. But just got flat turned around. I thought I had it off the wall, but couldn't do enough stunt driving there in what little bit of room I had. But Kodiak Chevrolet is pretty good. We're happy with the way it ran this weekend, and was really wanting to use this 50 laps for next week, but short night.
When he talks about using it for next week, they were talking about it being a test session for next weekend 600, but like you'd expect from a David Green or a Jeff Green or Mark Green, they handled it very classy right there. The problem's in the corner, and around and around they go.
Danny Pardis.
Dan Pardis of Daytona Beach, Florida, brings out caution. He was running in 22nd position at the time of the accident here at lap number 24. Dan Pardis of Daytona Beach spins in turn 2. And as I was saying before, that was handled nice and classy by David Green, as you'd expect.
Yeah, he's a nice guy, and he realizes a lot of things happen on the racetrack, and 90% of the time, they don't mean to get into you, just slip into your car.
Let's see what happened up there in the corner. Watch there in the middle of your screen.
Oh, contact right there into the outside wall.
Actually,
you see Pardis gets hit, turned around there.
It was Craven who actually impacted the wall first.
Pardis and Craven got together. That's what did it.
Ricky Craven's gone directly to the garage area. There it is again. But on first replay, it looked like Craven might have tagged the wall first and then nudged it apart. It's tough to tell.
Well, getting in the corner there, the second car going in the corner there was touched by the front car there, just on the right rear corner. That turned the car into the outside wall. That's what we could see getting in the corner there.
Craven, your winner here in 1997. They have struggled with that race car for the entire duration of practice and qualifying.
Well, here come pit stops. Who's going to make a stop? Kenny Irwin does. Wally Dallenbach does. A host of others make their stops. Let's go to the pits.
And Kenny Irwin has brought the 28 car in. He's been reporting a little bit of handling problem. The car got a little loose with him. He didn't like it. They're changing all 4 tires. We really thought that we would see Mike Skinner, as just as that wreck happened on the racetrack, Skinner came across the radio and told Larry McReynolds that the car was down on power. They suspected he has lost the cylinder. They didn't want to pit and give up the track position. Kenny Irwin, with 4 tires and a chassis adjustment, is down and away.
But Mike Skinner stays on the racetrack here at the Lowe's Motor Speedway. But the lead is still in the hands of Tony Stewart. Back in a moment.
Every 10 seconds or so, a stop sign goes up somewhere in America. And every 30 seconds, a traffic light goes up. It's as hard on your car as it is on you. It's stop and go. Stop and go. Stop and go driving. Use Pennzoil. Formulated for today's stop and go driving. Stop, go, Pennzoil.
I believe in miracles. Where you from? You sexy thing, you. Where did you come from, baby?
The delicious chicken sandwich at Burger King. It might not be a miracle, but at just 99 cents, you gotta admit, it is kinda sexy.
When you have it your way, it just tastes better.
Brought to you by LA West Luxury Van. Available at select dealerships nationwide. Call for a free video. 800-786-VAN. Radio communications are provided by Racing Radios. For all of your radio communications needs as well as scanners, call on Racing Radios at 1-800-669-1522. And by Featherlight, the official trailer of NASCAR, CART, IRL, NHRA, ASA, and World of Outlaws. Remember to call Featherlight for all your trailer and motor coach needs at 800-800-1230.
Welcome back, everybody. Under caution for the second time as Ricky Craven and Dan Pardis got together going up into the corner of turns 1 and 2. And we were watching the replays again during the commercial break. And, buddy, I think you're right, as per usual.
Well, as you see, as they go down in the corner here, these 2 cars right here go in. Ricky Craven is the second car there. Pardis runs over. They make contact getting into that outside wall there. Pardis goes up, back up. Ricky Craven hard on the brakes. Held the brakes on there and was able to miss Dan Pardis as he spins around in front of him there.
Steve Burns looked like Ricky Craven was just in the wrong place at the wrong time.
Yeah, it looks like a victim of circumstances, Eli. The right side of the number 58 car is flattened. Ricky, you've won this race before, but not this evening.
Yeah, you know, we won this in '97, and I was hoping to have that same sort of luck tonight, but it wasn't to be. Still better than last year when I was up in the booth with Eli. It's nothing personal, Eli, but
he was wondering.
But it is unfortunate, you know, because it's a real important race next week, the Coca-Cola 600, one of my favorites, and we've qualified on the front row for that race, I believe 3 times. And we're hoping to use this car and use this as a test, and instead we're going to be rebuilding it.
Can you bring it back for the 600?
Yeah, we can, but we're going to have to make a lot of, you know, changes and adjustments to it. And I felt like we're starting to sort it out, but hey, maybe it helped it.
Thanks, Ricky.
No offense taken, Ricky. Don't worry about that. High aerial look at the Lowe's Motor Speedway. Great crowd on hand here. Really a beautiful night. Had about 2 minutes of rain here this afternoon, literally about 2 minutes of rain. We traded that in for about a 40% humidity jump, but other than that, it was a beautiful day. Back downstairs, Larry McReynolds has a visitor, I see.
Yeah, I'm standing here in front of Larry. He's talking to Richard Childress right now. As we told you, there's a problem with the engine. They had Mike to change the ignition box. I don't know if that has solved it or not. Get a quick word with Larry. Larry, we're hearing bad reports about some engine problems. Any idea what's wrong?
Yeah, he swapped ignition boxes, and I think it's okay now. We probably messed up by not pitting, though.
Well, you hear it straight from his mouth there. That's a pretty grave admission at this point in time right now. They decided that they would follow the leader, Tony Stewart, and do what he would do. We're getting ready for the green flag.
And Tony did not pit, nor did Jimmy Spencer, nor did Schrader, as Jimmy Howell puts the green flag on the field. 29 of 50 laps complete.
Look at Kenny Frater there trying to take over third place from Mike Skinner. They're racing side by side. Rich Bickle there in the 45 just behind him made a great run towards the front in this event.
Looking from Tony Stewart back towards Jimmy Spencer. That was a half-second separation, but let's see what Skinner can do here. Further back, Johnny Benson moving up. Steve Clark still running intense, Dick Bergman.
Yeah, despite having come in for a pit stop, and I wondered about that. He had gotten himself all the way up to 10th from his original starting spot deep in the field at 21st. He came in, took on tires. Hey, he's right back where he was, so that was a smart move.
We'll be down to a 20-lap dash when they get back to the stripe as Chad Little in the 97 has 14th spot right there. Robert Presley in the 77, Joe Nemechek in the 42. Rick Mast right behind. And that blue and white number 98. And the 55 square D entry for Kenny Wallace. So many new paint schemes here this week.
It's hard to figure out who is who in some cases.
There you see NASCAR timing and scoring brought to you by the folks at Napa. Napa, we keep America running.
Watch that 25 back. He's good tonight.
He better be good because he's mired up in a lot of traffic back there. And the lead cars right now are running nose to tail and getting away from this bunch as they fight back here side by side.
But significantly among the leaders, Tony Stewart, who had a half-second lead before, is now only 3/10 of a second up on Spencer. There you see the spread. That is first to second, a lot closer than it was just a handful of laps ago.
Well, one thing nobody can ever accuse Jimmy Spencer of doing, and that's ride in a race. So right now, he's pushing very hard. As a matter of fact, maybe around the corners a little too hard and getting the car out of shape just a little bit in the center part of turns 3 and 4.
Now, Spencer wants to make it to the Winston. Last year was the first time in 4 years he failed to do that. They changed the format, so it wasn't the top 5 in the Open that made it to the Winston. Spencer missed it as a result.
There's Rich Bickle, 45. Kenny Irwin, 28. Wally Dallenbach, 25. That's 8th, 9th, 10th position.
Nadeau's car seems to have stabilized a little bit. That number 1, we don't see him wiggling around the way he was earlier.
Steve Park in the 1. Jerry Nadeau in the 9, winning 6th and 7th.
As you can see, everybody's got an idea of what it takes to get around the racetrack now. They're starting to utilize a higher line there. As you see, they're not losing any ground on the high side of the racetrack.
Problem is, though, they're 4.5 seconds back of the leaders, and only the leader goes on. The other guys pack up after this race.
Tony Stewart has to feel like the most blessed young man on earth to have a teammate like Bobby Labonte who has a car for this race that is lightning fast. You watch him in the Winston tonight. That car is just as good as this car is in the Open.
When we come back, we'll take you towards the checkers of the Winston Open. Greg Zipadelli and the crew hoping that their man can advance on to the Winston.
Flip log day 19. Traveling the circuits of NASCAR.
Darlington, Daytona, Talladega, Charlotte. The drivers, the cars, the action, bumper to bumper, mano-a-mano at speeds of over 200 miles an hour, with us covering every heart-pounding, adrenaline-pumping moment at the incredible speed of over
35 miles an hour, as fast as it goes.
What?
It's a good thing they keep going around in circles.
Listen, I've traveled every road in this here land. I've been everywhere, man. Across the deserts bare, man. I breathe the mountain air, man. Of travel I've had my share, man. I've been everywhere. I've been to Reno, Chicago, Fargo, Minnesota, Buffalo, Toronto, Winslow, Sarasota, Wichita, Tulsa, Ottawa, Oklahoma, Tampa, Panama, Mattawa, Paloma. Travel I've had my share, man. I've been everywhere.
Citgo, you know me.
Pep Boys knows how to give you a great deal on tires. They don't run specials on just one size. Pep Boys discounts every size in stock. That means all 35,000-mile tires are 4 for $99. And all 70,000-mile tires are 4 for only $169. Even top-of-the-line 80,000-mile touring tires, all sizes 4 for $199. Call it a bonanza, an extravaganza. It's how you save on tires.
Pep Boys.
Cars like us.
People love us.
We've heard your complaints about changing your oil filter, banging your knuckles trying to grip that slippery filter. That's why Fram, America's #1 filter, now has Sure Grip, a rough textured top on our Extra Guard filter for easy gripping and installing. Only Fram has it.
It makes changing your oil filter a lot easier.
Fram oil filters. Pay a little more now or pay a lot later. Fresh.
The MBNA Platinum 400, June 6th at 12:30 Eastern on TNN. Folks, you can log on now to TNNRacing.com for a live exclusive webcast of tonight's running of the Winston. It is the ultimate internet experience featuring your choice of viewing in-car cameras. You can listen to the Fan Scan Team Scanner talk and all the other interactive multimedia racing features. So why not fire up your web browser now to TNNRacing.com. Buddy doesn't go anywhere without his web browser.
You got that right. Speaking of web browser, right here is a web browser. That 20 car looks like somebody struck a match to the back of it. It's flying.
That is also the address where you can find TNN on the World Wide Web. Country.com. Your personal source for all things country, from race cars to country stars. Connect to country.com. Tony Stewart's lead now is 2.6 seconds on Jimmy Spencer. In the garage, Rich Bickle has just parked it. He got as high as 5th this evening before fading, but Ralph Shaheen, Tony Stewart is not fading at all.
Eli, they were questioning what to do on that last caution as to whether or not to bring the car in to put on tires. And Greg Zipadelli, I think he made the right call to keep him out there. It looks like the car is really coming around. Do you think it'll be strong enough if you're able to progress on into the Winston tonight?
I don't know. We've had a good car since we unloaded here. It seems to be pretty strong, pretty consistent. We're still just a little bit loose, and I think as the night goes on, it'll get a little bit better. It seems to have come to us since the beginning of this deal started here, so kind of looking forward to it. Keep our fingers crossed for another 8 laps.
Eli, the way they're running, and if this car is going to get better, they just might make good on the predictions that everybody has said that Tony Stewart could do, just like Michael Waltrip did in '96 and win the Winston Open and the Winston.
You want to know how significant the run by Tony Stewart is right now? Only twice in the history of this Winston Open has a race been won by a margin of victory of more than 1 second. In 1991, Michael Waltrip won by 4.5 seconds. In 1994, Jeff Gordon won by 3.5 seconds. And right now, Tony Stewart has a 3-second lead on Jimmy Spencer. So this will only be the 3rd time in history this particular event has been won by a margin of more than a second.
If he makes it into the Winston, the guy he's going to have the toughest time with is his own teammate, the number 18, Bobby Labonte. That car is wickedly fast.
Seems like Jimmy Maycar's hit on something, huh, buddy?
Absolutely. He goes to Atlanta and just about it's a shoe-in that he's going to beat him in the booth there. And in Charlotte, Bobby Labonte is always a threat. And if you watch his car in the corner, either one of the cars that he has influence on, they run right around that white line in the middle part of the corner.
Good scramble for 13th. That's Elliott Sadler in the Wood Brothers Sitco machine. That's the orange car. And the 11, that's Brett Bodine in the Paychecks entry. And Brett will take over 13th, keeping Elliott Sadler now back in the 14th spot with just 5 laps to go. As soon as this event is over, they're going to bring out a big stage, all sorts of pre-race activities, which we'll be bringing to you live here on TNN. And of course, the Winston, 2 30-lap segments and that 10-lap shootout. Chad Little scrambling for 6th with Kenny Irwin. Chad in the 97. That's the green and yellow. Kenny Irwin in the 28. You're looking there now at some of the fellas who came in for tires back on lap 25.
Boy, it has moved a bunch of the cars up. One guy that hadn't worked in his favor is Mike Skinner. He's falling back through the crowd at a very rapid pace right now because he did not make a pit stop.
Looking at Chad Little here in the number 97 car. Strange situation. Jack Roush was just shaking his head this morning. Little decided that he wanted to put his practice engine in the car instead of the race engine, so they sent to the shop for it. Jack was there with his elbows on the pickup truck, said, you just can't trust drivers. They make all sorts of strange decisions, but Chad's running well.
He is that. You know who else is running well now is Johnny Benson, who is ahead of that bunch. He is running in 4th place right now. That yellow machine right there, middle of that group. He was one of the guys who pitted way back on lap number 12 when David Green had his problem. And we've not ignored Johnny. He's just quietly made his way to the front, Glenn, with about a lap and a half to go.
Yeah, Eli, he looked really strong there for a while, but unfortunately now Johnny is reporting the car has gotten very, very loose. He can't accelerate up off the turns like he would like to, and like he could earlier on when those tires were fresh. So he first thought he had a chance to catch him. Now he's just trying to hang on to 4th.
Jimmy Howell has the white flag in hand for that man, Tony Stewart. He is a mile and a half away from advancing into the Winston as we ride with him around the Lowe's Motor Speedway. Team owner Joe Gibbs says, got this baby tucked away.
Boy, listen to that motor go down the back straightaway. Just listen.
I've never driven a race car, buddy, but it's got to be the nicest sound to a driver.
Oh, yeah.
And the nicest sight is what Tony Stewart sees now. Checkered flag in hand by Jimmy Howell. Tony Stewart has won the Winston Open and becomes the 21st place starter in the Winston. Yes, sir, you got it done. And just 35 minutes from now, he'll be on the starting grid here at the Lowe's Motor Speedway.
I asked him yesterday, I said, what's the difference in the Indy car and the Winston Cup car? He says, when you win, you can shake your fist like that. If you do that in the Indy car, you knock a wing off the back of it.
We will be hearing from Tony Stewart. We'll also talk with the crew and find out what kind of changes they plan to make to get set for the big race coming up in a half hour.
Did somebody say McDonald's?
Good morning, Mr. Clark.
Morning, Tommy.
Good morning, Mr. Clark.
Morning, Tommy.
Good morning, Mr. Clark.
Morning, Tommy.
Amazing. That car never ages.
To help keep your car young, protect your engine with Haviland Formula 3 motor oil. Add more life to your car.
Napa application engineered brakes can stop you 20 feet shorter than ordinary brakes. That's important. Because you can't always count on there being 20 extra feet of road when you need it. Napa, over 200,000 parts, and every one's important.
We're talking rugged, we're talking fun. You ride the best and the job gets done. Polaris ATVs are made in the USA. We're talking tough.
Buy a new Polaris ATV now, and we'll give you a 2,000-pound worn winch kit. Or choose $250 toward other Polaris accessories. See your Polaris dealer for details.
Polaris ATVs, we're talking tough.
CNN Motorsports live coverage of the Winston NASCAR's All-Star Race is being brought to you by Napa Auto Parts. Napa, we keep America running. And by Polaris ATVs. If you're going to ride, ride the best Polaris. Well, these folks are just getting going. They've already seen today practice and all sorts of activities. The ARCA race, now the Winston Open, won by Tony Stewart, and they're getting set for the Winston, a packed house here at the Lowe's Motor Speedway. Folks, don't forget you can enter the TNN Pedal to the Metal sweepstakes, and you could be a winner. If you know, and you should, who won the Winston Open, you can win the grand prize, a Ford F-150 4x4 pickup truck, or a first prize trip to one of the 4 NASCAR Winston Cup races upcoming right here on TNN. The winner of the Winston Open, of course, was, repeat after me, Tony Stewart. So all you got to do is send your name, your address, jot down your age, phone number, and the answer, Tony Stewart, on a postcard. Send it to the TNN Pedal to the Metal sweepstakes, TNN Station, P.O. Box 3582, Southbury, Connecticut, 06488. Or if you'd like, you can enter online at country.com. The entry deadline is upcoming May the 28th for the MBNA Platinum 400. There is Tony Stewart in victory lane. Glenn?
Okay, Tony Stewart, what a busy day you have had, young man, but what a great way to end it.
Well, I don't know if it's over yet. I mean, we're in the Winston now. That's all I care about. It's, it's great to get this Home Depot Pontiac in the Winston and to get in there as a rookie. I'm really happy.
Car was a little loose. I know you told him to tighten it up a little bit, but our other question is, what time did you finally get into bed last night?
A whopping 1 o'clock in the morning. So, and then the wake-up call came at 9 o'clock and said the track's almost dry. So it's been an eventful day for us, that's for sure.
Well, to say the least. We're going to go back upstairs because we're on a tight schedule here. Eli, one happy young man, but also one tired young man.
Indeed so. We saw that graphic. He's already won $57,000 guaranteed right now. If he finishes last at the Winston, that's 18 grand more. He's already pocketed $75,000 for the weekend.
Lots of stresses. Motors are running hotter. Everything's fuel injected. Filters have got to be tougher. Oh, all these SUVs and trucks towing things.
Added pressure.
Enormous pressure. Purelator test for hydrostatic burst, PSI load, impulse pressure fatigue, everything. Oh, but that's not enough. Every single Purelator filter is tested during production, too.
That's why I use Purelator filters on all my cars, even the race car. We've learned something from all this racing.
Pure oil now, pure oil later, Purelator.
Sleek, sophisticated, stylish, and yet with an exhilarating V6. Chevy Monte Carlo lets you express that hidden part of your personality, just dying to get out.
Mr. Freeman, how are you?
Tommy? Monte Carlo. The side you show the world is up to you.
And this award goes to the fan who carved the best likeness of a country star in a food product.
For mailing the most fan letters in a single day.
For all you do,
we salute you, the fan.
You, the Fan Week, begins June 14th on TNN.
We're here at a NASCAR race to take a survey. First question, does anyone sell as many high-quality auto parts as Napa? That'd be a no. Does anyone sell more hard-to-find parts than Napa? No again. Does anyone have as many ASE certified employees? Last question. Would you like to get paid for this survey? Just checking. Napa, over 200,000 parts, and everyone's important.
When you're on the job, you need the right equipment and good service. You're a pro, so get the tools the pros use. Sesco Rentals provides safe, reliable equipment for the job at hand. For the weekend project, homeowner, or professional contractor, buy or rent the equipment you need from Sesco Rentals today. Call 255-8041 or stop in at 2100 East 4th Street, 2 blocks south of Charlie Zook Motors, and get the job done right with Sesco Rentals.
We are back at the Lowe's Motor Speedway. There you see the finishing order from the Winston Open. And again, not to belabor it, but obviously only Tony Stewart advances in. These guys, though, buddy, I'm sure learned something that they can hopefully use in time for the Winston Bud Pole qualifying here on Wednesday. And, of course, the Winston Cup Coca-Cola 600 next weekend.
Well, yeah, Tony Stewart, I don't know what he would learn other than just bring that car back and make sure he does the same thing that he's doing right now. Bobby Labonte's been lightning fast in his team car, but I will tell you that everybody out there tonight will learn something that will be beneficial in 600.
Great night here in Charlotte. The Lowe's Motor Speedway just lit up as brightly as possible. When we come back, driver introductions for the Winston.
On any road, in any kind of weather, you can find yourself out of luck with a flat tire. But not with this tire. Even with no air pressure, you keep driving to safety. Goodyear Aqua Steel Run Flat. It could be the difference between finding yourself out of luck or finding the safe way home. Aqua Steel Run Flat, only from Goodyear.
Introducing Bosch Platinum Plus 4. 4 electrodes. Pure platinum. Take your engine to a higher power. New Bosch Platinum Plus 4.
This is a sport that brings families together. Most of the time, anyway.
You're mine today, buddy. That rooster's crowing a little early this morning, isn't it?
This is a sport where the hearts race every bit as fast as the cars. And this is a sport where some of its biggest fans are some of its smallest. This is NASCAR.
This summer, if you can dream it up, Sonic can put it in a cup. We've got hundreds of drink flavors you can mix and match. Plus, our 44-ounce Route 44 big drinks. Enough choices to let your dreams run wild.
You got feet that sweat for a living, and you get athlete's foot. Smart guys know comfort comes in yellow. New improved Desinex powder, it gets rid of the fungus and absorbs twice as much moisture as Tenactin. Desinex soothes while it cures for comfortable feet.
That is the backstretch grandstand here at the Lowe's Motor Speedway. The Winston just a few moments away. The honorary starter for tonight's running of NASCAR's All-Star Race, the Winston, is about to be introduced here at the Lowe's Motor Speedway, as this is a special night when we honor the fans, we honor the drivers, we honor the greats of NASCAR Winston Cup Series racing. The fans have come by record numbers. Earlier this evening, the ARCA Bondo Marhide Series ran an event. Now the NASCAR Winston Cup teams taking center stage. Our honorary starter is Ryan Zeck. He is the first recipient of the Alan Kulwicki Memorial Scholarship. Ryan Zeck is a graduate of the University of North Carolina, Charlotte, in mechanical engineering. And following in the dreams and pursuits of Alan Kulwicki, Ryan also is a racer. He drives late model stock cars locally here in the Charlotte, North Carolina area. He is the honorary starter for tonight's Winston. Came up to visit us earlier today, buddy. A very nice young man.
Absolutely, and there was no question about who his hero is. Alan Kulwicki. I mean, he said, I even have a degree like he had, and he was really, I mean, this is something special, and this young man, like you say, was so very nice.
Fireworks and the Lowe's Motor Speedway. Words that have become synonymous one with the other over the years, as now the introductions are set to begin for the NASCAR Winston Cup drivers in the running of the Winston for 1999. This driver has found victory lane once in NASCAR Winston Cup competition. After Dale Earnhardt was forced to the pit to check for a missing lug nut, Ward Burton inherited the lead and hung on to win at Rockingham in 1995. That win has earned him a spot in tonight's running of the Winston. Ward and the family enjoying the activities here at the Lowe's Motor Speedway as driver introductions begin. For these folks, This is a very special night. A chance to shine, and to do so along with all of the other greats in NASCAR Winston Cup racing. And certainly, fellas, you can't count anybody out. The next of our entrants in the Winston of 1999 is a driver who has 20 NASCAR Winston Cup wins, at least one in each of the past 16 seasons. Linda Rudd shared his pain as he drove the gutsiest race of 1998 in the Napa 500 in Martinsville. He has also raced in every single running of the Winston from Chesapeake, Virginia. The Tide Man, Ricky Rudd.
Well, Rudd's running every single one of these. Crashed out of the Winston last year, waving to the crowd. One of the more popular drivers, probably coming toward the end of his racing career. He certainly has done a great job behind the wheel for so many years.
Well, he started racing in 1975, and you know what? He has 20 Winston Cup wins, 298 top 10s.
Ricky Rudd set to go racing in the Winston with the Tide Ride. The next of our entrants in the starting field is Jeremy Mayfield. And if his stop at the top of the NASCAR Winston Cup point standings left any doubt, his first victory proved he is part of NASCAR's great future. Last year in the Pocono 500, he held off Jeff Gordon to claim a spot in this year's running of the Winston. Jeremy Mayfield from Owensboro, Kentucky. What a hotbed of racing that town is.
He won the Winston Open last year, and that put him in the Winston for the first time in his career. Tonight, he races with a new crew chief. Paul Andrews is gone. Peter Suspenzo takes over at the Winston.
With 17 top 5s and 27 top 10s in his career, starting in 1993.
That is Jeremy Mayfield. Now, the next entrant in the Winston is one of those fellas that Jeremy Mayfield has always looked up to. Darrell Waltrip. He has more wins than any driver still active in NASCAR Winston Cup racing. In nearly 3 decades on the circuit, he has visited victory lane 84 times. And his championships in 1981, 82, and again in 1985 bring him back to the Winston. Darrell Waltrip from Franklin, Tennessee.
Surely one of the great ambassadors. Attaboy, DW. Oh, he knows how to have fun. I tell you, one of the great ambassadors this sport has ever had. Darrell Waltrip. Look at him. The fans love it.
Has that papal wave down to a science, too, doesn't it?
Hey, 84 wins, you ought to have a papal wave.
There is the big Kmart car being rolled out onto the starting grid here in Charlotte. The next of our entrants is a gentleman who could be the next shooting star in the NASCAR galaxy. His 7 Winston Cup wins include last year's Jiffy Lube 300 in Loudon, New Hampshire. His domination of the race led to a whopping 7.5-second margin of victory and a berth in tonight's running of the Winston. Jeff Burton and the Exide team.
Got a brand new race car here tonight for the Winston. 31-year-old Jeff Burton will have a great career ahead of him. He's already had a great career.
You're exactly right. And Mark Martin says he's probably the most gifted young man that he's ever worked with. He takes personal interest in Jeff.
There's Frankie Stoddard in the bunch, pushing the Exide machine to its grid spot here at the Lowe's Motor Speedway. The next driver in the Winston. He has won twice on the NASCAR Winston Cup circuit and was once thought to be a threat only on super speedways. But last month, he picked up his first win for Petty Enterprises at the Martinsville Short Track. The win afforded the King a ride to victory lane and a berth for his team in tonight's Winston. John Andretti and the STP Pontiac.
Very sedate when compared to Darrell Waltrip. But everybody is.
Everybody is. That's the thing to say, yeah.
That guy has done everything. Indy cars, he even went drag racing earlier in his career.
And he was good.
Yes, he was.
Midgets, sprint cars, he's done it all.
And there is the STP Pontiac. And Johnson, we ain't going, fella. We've got to make a right over here. And he does make the turn. back out onto the main straightaway. All the drivers now going around the racetrack to accept the accolades of the fans here at the Lowe's Motor Speedway. So that is the King's driver. Next entrant in the Winston is the King's son, Kyle Petty. This third-generation driver has 8 wins on the NASCAR Winston Cup circuit. He qualifies for this year's Winston by virtue of this win at Dover in 1995, following a long, grueling afternoon on the Monster Mile. Next is Kyle Petty. A great racer, but what an ambassador for the sport, having just concluded his motorcycle ride across America with hundreds of thousands of dollars being donated by Kyle's efforts, the Winston Cup Racing Wives Auxiliary, to different children's hospitals across the country.
It was a great ride, it really was. There were times when they had several hundred motorcycles participating in that event.
That is Kyle Petty and the Hot Wheels team. Next is Texas Terry. He has 21 wins and a championship in his NASCAR Winston Cup portfolio. Comes to the NASCAR All-Star Weekend by winning last year's Pontiac 400 in Richmond. He won it under caution after wrestling the lead from Dale Jarrett with 2 laps to go from Corpus Christi, Texas. Terry Labonte.
Won this race back in 1988. Won at Texas this year. He's a good one.
New paint scheme on his car here this weekend.
Eli, he started racing in 1978 in Winston Cup. And he, like you say, he has just done everything. 325 top 10 finishes, 2 championships.
That's Terry Labonte driving the K-Essentials car for Kellogg's here tonight in the Winston. Next is Ernie Irvan. He has 14 NASCAR Winston Cup wins, but perhaps his finest moment ever came at Michigan in 1997. 3 years after sustaining life-threatening injuries, Ernie conquered that very same track in an emotional win that brought him to tonight's running of the Winston. Ernie Irvan.
Ernie's an enormously popular driver who has had just a tough year. Only 3 races so far in 1999 as he's been able to bring the car home without body damage on it. They are looking at the Winston as a way to turn this season around.
The M&M's cars set to go racing here at the Lowe's Motor Speedway tonight. But what a story. Ernie Irvan battling back from all that he has faced in his career to race and win again. Now the second-generation driver in the Winston with 6 NASCAR Winston Cup wins, including back-to-back Daytona 500s. The win that brings him to this year's Winston came by a car lane in the 1996 Winston 500 at Talladega. From Columbia, Tennessee, Mr. Sterling Marlin.
Well, Sterling's at certainly one of his very best racetracks. He has won the Winston Open 3 times in 88, 89, 93. He's won in the Busch Series here, been second in the Winston 3 times. Would love to win it tonight.
He used to just, when he would show up in Daytona, they said, this is the guy we have to beat, Sterling Marlin. Very, very fast on major speedways.
Sterling Marlin from Columbia, Tennessee. Now the next of our entrants in the Winston is Bobby Hamilton, who has won 3 NASCAR Winston Cup races in his career, 2 of which were run on Mondays. His latest win, last year's rain-postponed Goodies 500 in Martinsville, placed him on tonight's starting grid for the Winston. Bobby Hamilton.
Ask him what he really would like to be doing tonight, and he said, I'd like to be home watching the Winston. He said of all the Winston Cup races, this is the one he'd rather see than any of them.
No, let me tell you, race car drivers want to do just what he's doing right there, getting ready for one of the most prestigious races in America.
Bobby Hamilton and the Kodak team set to take their spot on the starting grid here in the running of the Winston at the Lowe's Motor Speedway in Charlotte, North Carolina. We're just about 15 minutes away from the start as we continue to look at the starting field for tonight's event. Michael Waltrip is our next entrant, and although he has yet to claim his first NASCAR Winston Cup win, his place in this year's Winston was secured by his victory in this event in 1996. When he took advantage of contact among the leaders, he entered that year's race by winning, or at least advancing, from the Open. Michael Waltrip. Nobody has ever won the Open to go on to win the Winston. But in 1996, 5 drivers came out of the preliminary into the main event. And Michael advanced as one of those 5.
Well, he has 2 poles in his career, 73 top 10 finishes. He started racing in Winston Cup in 1985.
And there is the look of the Matei Motorsports entry in tonight's running of the Winston. Next is Bill Elliott. He has been voted your most popular driver 13 times in his illustrious career that has seen 40 victories. 6 of those wins came in 1988 and propelled him to the Winston Cup Championship. And that championship is his ticket to tonight's Winston. Bill Elliott. Awesome Bill from Dawsonville.
Good round of applause from the crowd as Bill Elliott comes out. They like this guy.
Chase says, I don't quite know what's going on, but Daddy says it's all right, son. They look sky high at the fireworks that go off overhead.
The drive-through crew, you see him pushing the car out on the racetrack.
Next is Jeffrey Bodine. This driver has 18 wins on the NASCAR Winston Cup circuit, including his victory in the 1986 Daytona 500. In 1994, he won the Winston, which qualifies him to return to the event once again here tonight from Chemung, New York. Jeffrey Bodine. The Power Team driver says, I can still get it done. He said, you just watch.
You know what? He's right, too. He's been very, very competitive. And he just started this team this year, the Power Team, and they have been very, very consistent up front when the car does not have problems near the end of the race.
They've done incredibly well for a brand new team.
Jeffrey Bodine set to go in tonight's running of the Winston. Advancing, as we mentioned, by virtue of his victory in this event back in 1994. The next of our All-Stars is Dale Jarrett. 3 of his 18 NASCAR Winston Cup wins have come right here at the Lowe's Motor Speedway. But his win in the Trans-South 400 at Darlington was his second in a row at that spring race, and that is what granted Dale entrance into this year's All-Star event, the Winston. Dale Jarrett.
He's run the Winston for the last 7 years. 3rd is his best ever finish. Tonight, he runs to help support charity.
The Susan G. Komen Breast Cancer Foundation. A freshly painted white car, white livery on the driver and crew. And there you see them pushing the car to its spot on the starting grid. All those decals on the car have extra luminescence, specially made for nighttime racing. Those numbers really jump off the side of the car here at the Lowe's Motor Speedway. Dale Jarrett. Fans enjoying this special activity. You know, the pre-race activities are as much a part of what goes on here at Lowe's Motor Speedway as seemingly is the racing itself. Next is Dale Earnhardt. He is the epitome of a NASCAR star. With 72 wins, 7 championships to his credit. He is eligible for the Winston by virtue of perhaps his greatest achievement, winning the 1998 Daytona 500 in his 20th try. Dale Earnhardt being welcomed by the fans here at the Lowe's Motor Speedway.
This place is rocking for Earnhardt. Every time that blue and yellow car has, listen to him. Every time that blue and yellow car has hit the speedway in the last couple of days, this is the sound we have heard. They are pulling for their champion, their local hero, Dale Earnhardt.
And the retro look to that famed Wrangler machine that Dale Earnhardt drove so successfully over the years to 25 NASCAR Winston Cup wins. We'll talk more of that car as our evening continues. But now, let's meet the next entrant in the Winston, Rusty Wallace. He has 49 NASCAR Winston Cup wins and has reached victory lane in each of the past 13 years. This great pit stop broke a 59-race winless streak as much-needed rains came to the deserts of Phoenix, floating Rusty back to the Winston. Rusty Wallace.
And also this year at Bristol, I mean, he was always a favorite at Bristol, but he just took that race underhand and just won it the way he drives the race car, flat out.
Blew him away, won the pole, led the most laps, won the race. He's going to be strong tonight. He knows he's got a very strong race car. He's got a good shot to win the Winston tonight.
You saw that sign that said, "Go Superman." Remember earlier in the show, we gave you a little look at that Superman car that Jeff Gordon will be driving later here tonight. But now, let us meet Mark Martin. He won this event last year, and 3 of his 30 NASCAR Winston Cup wins have happened here at the Lowe's Motor Speedway. He gained his spot in this year's Winston by winning last year's inaugural Las Vegas 400. It was the first win for the Ford Taurus. Mark Martin from Batesville, Arkansas, next in the Winston.
He may be one of the most popular drivers in the Winston this year. He started his racing career in 1981. He has 252 top 10 finishes.
And he's so good here. Last year, in addition to the Winston, he won in the Busch Series. He also won the Fall Winston Cup race. 3 wins here at Charlotte last year for Mark Martin.
And he has the Eagle One sponsorship aboard the car. Remember, they kept it covered up during all the pre-race activities earlier today. Steve Burns tried to get a peek at it, and they pretty well slapped his wrist. There is the paint scheme for the Eagle One race car that Mark Martin drives tonight here at the Lowe's Motor Speedway in the running of the Winston. Well, there are 3 more entrants yet to meet for this evening's All-Star race. 2 getting in from previous achievements, and 1 earning a spot here by winning a race tonight. This is Jeff Gordon. He is perhaps the brightest star in the NASCAR sky. Among his 45 wins, his last year's GM Goodwrench 400, when he moved from 31st to win the Rockingham race, and hence his berth in the Winston was guaranteed. Jeff Gordon driving the Superman colors tonight in Charlotte.
Eli, what he has done in racing, I don't think anybody will ever do. In 1992, he started his Winston Cup career. He has 106 top 5s, 130 top 10s, and 26 poles.
And here in the Winston, he has particularly shown. He crashed while leading in his first ever attempt at the Open, won the Open in '94. In '97, he won the Winston driving T-Rex, won it 95 in Blazer.
Jeff Gordon, always a pre-race favorite in the world of NASCAR racing. But so too is Bobby Labonte. Though we show you a picture of Bobby Hamilton, who was introduced earlier today and had a fine run on the short tracks of America, the next of our entrants in the Winston is going to be Bobby Labonte. Labonte has 7 Winston Cup wins, including 1 at this track. But the track he has become dominant at was Atlanta, when he won the rain-delayed Prime Star 500 a year ago. That earned him his starting spot in the Winston. Bobby Labonte, and guys, yes, he won the pole and all of that, but even so, the way Jimmy Maycar and the bunch prepare the Interstate Batteries machine, you gotta like his chances at this racetrack.
Yeah, and he's been second in the last 2 Winstons in a row. He was absolutely perfect last night to win that pole. He drove the car beautifully, entered the pits just right. Crew did their job just perfectly. Talk to people in the garage, and they will tell you this is the man to beat this night.
So those are the 20 drivers who had advanced by virtue of their previous wins. Starting in the 21st spot tonight will be that man, Tony Stewart. Dominant last night in his No Bull 25 qualifier and dominant again this evening in the Winston Open. And while the crew works on the race car, he makes his lap of the Lowe's Motor Speedway with the All-Star race just moments away.
Ever since Mobil 1 came along, other oil companies have tried to copy it to make a synthetic of their own. But if you take a look at how a copycat performs after some hard miles and compare it to new Mobil 1, it's obvious that all synthetics aren't alike. Today's Mobil 1 is tri-synthetic. It won't sludge up on you. It'll actually make your engine run smoother. The other stuff, not in my car.
Nothing outperforms Mobil 1.
It's about a vision for moving earth, goods, even children, better, more safely. Backed by people driven to exceed your expectations. Come ride with a leader that's taking a new road. International. Delivering beyond the expected.
This is an extraordinary little device, this is. It places your data on a seamless global network, the only global network owned by a single company. Suddenly Paris, London, Brussels, Dusseldorf are 60 milliseconds away. 60 milliseconds. Now, don't you wish you could travel like that? Be careful what you wish for. OnNet from MCI WorldCom.
What's it like to bite into a Wendy's Classic half-pound double with cheese? Man, this is weird. Wendy's, it's hamburger bliss.
We've heard your complaints about changing your oil filter, trying to grip that slippery filter. That's why Fram, America's #1 filter, now has Sure Grip, a rough textured top for easy gripping and installing.
It makes changing your oil filter a lot easier.
Get ready for this week's Roller Jam. It's one bad jam, baby, because bad is good.
Bad is good. It is so great.
Brown and D'Amato, the BAD boys.
Domination through devastation. We will conquer this league. We will stop at nothing.
They're breaking all the rules.
I'm destroying everybody.
The Hot Dice, the Wrestlers, Roller Jam. Friday at 8, 7 Central on TNN.
Now the fans are ready. We are ready as well. They are dismantling the pre-race stage. The teams have gridded their cars here on the main straightaway. And the Lowe's Motor Speedway is about set to host the 15th renewal of the Winston NASCAR's All-Star Race. Look at that. You know, when you think back to the days when they went to Asheville, Weaverville, and all these small tracks and got this sport going, and now these massive stadiums and speedways that are lit for nighttime racing. Who would have thunk it, as they say?
Exactly. Every time I come out here, I just kind of rub my eyes because I was in the first ever race here at Charlotte Motor Speedway, and we had to run wire on the windshields. The racetrack tore up. There was only seating for about 24,000 people.
Meanwhile, we've got a couple of Ralphs down there having a little meeting. Ralph Shaheen and Ralph Dale Earnhardt.
That's right. It is a couple of Ralphs, Eli. You're correct. Well, you got your old blue and gold out here ready to go. You get a blue and yellow. All right.
You colorblind?
No, not too much. Not too much. It's California, guys. We don't see yellow and gold the same way. Okay. You feel any different climbing back into these old colors here tonight?
Well, it's exciting to do it, but this is an exciting night, and I tell you, Winston and all the folks here at Charlotte Motor Speedway, Humpy and everybody, done a great job. These race fans is something else, and this is a great race for us, and you just got to be sharp in the first 2 30-lappers, and I got to be in position for that last 10-lap run. That's what we're after.
The electricity walking down pit road and out onto the front straightaway with Dale was amazing. As the crowd was cheering for Dale, the electricity tonight is amazing, Glenn Jarrett.
Oh, absolutely, Ralph. We were going to talk to Mark Martin, but Max Helton, the circuit preacher, so to be, came over with track president Humpy Wheeler, and they're in a moment of prayer. And as soon as they get through talking, we'll jump in and get a word with Mark. A lot of excitement down here. He's getting the congratulations from Humpy right now. And, of course, Mark is the defending champion of this race, getting ready to put the hot shoe on there. And, Mark, looking for 2 in a row tonight?
Well, that sure would be nice. We've got a great car here with the Eagle One car, and it's a great event, great racetrack. Let's go racing.
There seems to be as much or more excitement in the air tonight than any time I can ever remember. This is special.
Well, it's a great event that Winston puts on here, and and this is a great place to have it. The fans are really supportive of it, and the competitors are too. Let's go race.
All right, he's ready. He's going to crawl in. Good luck to you tonight, Mark Martin.
Trying to back up the win of a year ago with another victory here tonight. When we come back, we'll check out the starting grid. We'll go on board the cameras, and we'll head to the green flag next.
Most gas additives don't stand up to 104 Plus Octane Boost. Octane Boost eliminates hesitation and increases horsepower on the street and off the road. 104 Plus Octane Boost kicks gas. Guaranteed. Take no prisoners. 104 Plus Octane Boost.
If these windows could talk, they wouldn't tell you how Fleetwood craftsmen build each home by hand, but about favorite family dinners. And they might not mention our solid steel frames, but they tell you about pillow fights and pajamas. Because at Fleetwood, we know the quality that counts most in a home is the quality of life inside. Fleetwood Homes, quality for life. Call 1-800-350-2300 for a Fleetwood Homes retailer near you.
The Channel Lock Spring Classic, Friday at 10 Eastern on TNN.
Experience the sounds of NASCAR Rocks. This summer, join CBS as NASCAR hits the road with concerts featuring today's hottest performers. Feel the rush of NASCAR Rocks.
Hey.
Do you find yourself spending a lot of free time wondering about garage doors and openers? Who invented them? Who's built and installed more than anyone? And who would you call if you needed one?
Get a life.
Genuine, the original, overhead door. What else do you need to know?
Action packing, dirt tracking at Park Jefferson Speedway. Presenting Checkered Flag Night. Every child's going to receive a free checkered flag this Saturday night when the NASCAR Winston Racing Series continues at Park Jefferson Speedway. See the cars and stars of NASCAR Dirt compete wheel to wheel as they race for the checkered flag. It's this Saturday night. Races start at 7:30 at Park Jefferson Speedway. Take I-29 to exit 4, just 10 minutes north of Sioux City. Bring the family and enjoy Checkered Flag Night this Saturday night at Park Jefferson Speedway.
Everybody who is anybody in the world of NASCAR racing is here at the Lowe's Motor Speedway. The drivers are now all aboard their race cars. The fans have been here just waiting for this since we wrapped up a year ago when we all saw Mark Martin pass Jeff Gordon on that last lap when Jeff had his fuel cell run dry. Rusty Wallace knows what it's like to win the Winston, and he's ready to get going. Bobby Labonte, always a favorite when you come to the Lowe's Motor Speedway. And like I said, nobody wants to miss the fun, not even the president of NASCAR. Bill France Jr. is here, and he is going to lead the fans in giving the command to fire the engines so that we might be able to begin the 15th renewal of the Winston. There's Bill France Jr. on the right, the president of NASCAR. Let's listen in.
Thank you, Andy. It's a great, beautiful North Carolina night. And we're glad that you folks came out to see this exciting race. Now, I think Andy touched on it. We're all going to say start your engines. I need a lot of help in this because from time to time I ask these guys to do something and they kind of tell me to stick at my ear. So how about you folks, we join you? Are you ready? On 3, let's go. 1, 2, 3. Gentlemen, start your engines.
Well, they couldn't sing the anthem, but they sure as heck can fire up a field of race cars. I've been broadcasting these races for 24 years, guys. It still makes the hair stand up on the back of your neck and all. You gotta love it. It is just spectacular. Joining our broadcast crew, it's always nice to have him, though I know he would rather not be with us tonight. Larry McReynolds, crew chief for Mike Skinner, and he said if we don't make the Winston, I'll come and join you on the broadcast. Larry Mack, glad you're with us, but sorry you're with us.
Yeah, this is one of those shows, Eli, that I'd rather be out there on pit road matching wits with Ray and Todd and all those guys. But since I can't be there, missed it a little bit tonight with the Lowe's car, excited to be here, and hopefully I can dig around and find some important information. 30, 30, and 10. Every lap's important. But in my book, what's really important is who makes the right call, who has the good pit stop between that last 30 laps and that last 10 lap shootout. That's what we'll be watching for.
Larry Mack, how many liberties can the crews take with these cars tonight for a sprint race versus the exact same piece of machinery for 600 miles next weekend?
Well, you can set them up a little bit freer because you've only got to make a half of a fuel run on tires. We can run 60, 65 laps next week at the World 600. All you got to run is 30. The engine guys is the one that get a little aggressive, a little more gear to it, a little more erratic camshaft. We maybe was just a little bit too aggressive for that Lowe's car, a little bit down on power at the end of the race, but this is where you let it all hang out. But it's also a good test session for the World 600 because all of our practice next week is in the daylight, and we're racing under the lights tonight just like we'll be next Sunday.
That's Larry McReynolds. Buddy Baker, when you ran this event in 1987, did you also take liberties with the car setup?
Oh, yeah, you have to. I mean, this is for all the marbles here, and you're not talking about a 500 or 600 mile race. You're talking about sprint races. Going in, making adjustments on the cars, going back out, and hoping you make that right decision when it counts for the last 10 laps.
What a busy racing weekend. Our congratulations to Jack Sprague. He won on the NASCAR Craftsman Truck Series today at the I-70 Speedway in Odessa, Missouri. The NASCAR Busch Series of NASCAR set to go racing up in Nazareth, Pennsylvania tomorrow. Always a special stop at Roger Penske's track up in Pennsylvania. That's tomorrow afternoon. All sorts of NASCAR Touring Series in action throughout this weekend. But tonight, the racing world's attention is on these fellas right here. The Winston, 30 laps is the first segment. After those first 30 laps, they will bring out this big wheel, and they'll spin that wheel, and that will determine how many drivers will have their positions inverted to start the second segment, anywhere from 3 to 12. Then they'll run 30 laps, and then they'll go heads up 10 laps to settle it and go for all the big money. Those are the basic rules. They have put fans everywhere here at the Lowe's Motor Speedway. We're back with you in a moment.
Hi, I'm Jeff Burton with an exciting message for NASCAR fans. Buy any Exide NASCAR Select product and get a Motorola pager free. It's a great way to enter the Exide NASCAR Select 99 sweepstakes. Every month you'll be paged with another chance to win cool prizes. You could even win $50,000 and be an honorary member of the Exide Racing Team pit crew for the first race of the next century. Look for details wherever Exide NASCAR Select is sold.
Holy cow, man, I gotta find a phone.
Keep your car rocking, protect your engine with Haviland Formula 3 motor oil. Add more life to your car.
Move it, they're catching us.
In our quest for the finest brakes in the world, we tested our pads against other leading brands. With pad after pad, in test after test, the results were always the same. No other brand stopped shorter than Performance Friction Carbon Metallic. The ones we stock at AutoZone.
This is the Firebird Trans Am. And it's very hungry.
TNN Motorsports live coverage of the Winston from the Lowe's Motor Speedway is being brought to you by the more than 2,500 AutoZone stores across America. AutoZone, the best parts in auto parts. And by the Wide Track Grand Prix by Pontiac. Wider is better. Pace laps underway here at the Lowe's Motor Speedway as we close in on the start of the Winston, the first 30-lap segment. Only green flag laps count. If there's a caution, they revert back to the last completed lap. What do the drivers think about the spectacle? We asked some of them earlier.
This is an all-star race. You go into every race trying to win it. And if they invert the field and you won the race and you start wherever you start, then that's just the way it is. And then the next race is long enough to find your way back up through there. But there's a lot of prestige in winning the Winston, but there's a whole lot of prestige if you can win the Winston and the first segment.
In the Winston, there's a lot of different ways people think. A lot of them try to stroke the first couple of races so they can start up front in the last deal. But I tell you what, anymore, the fast cars that always win in Winston, it seems like that is run as hard as they can every signal segment, and they're always strong enough to get to the front. It just seems that way. So I'm going to run everything as hard as I possibly can and see where we end up.
It's a lot of excitement. I mean, the fans, the lights at Charlotte, it's just so many things that Winston and this racetrack are doing for that event, and the enthusiasm that the race fans have. It's a pretty pumped up event for all of us.
Jeff Burton, Rusty Wallace, and Ward Burton with their thoughts about the first segment. Take a look again at the starting lineup. Pick out your favorite. You know exactly where he is starting in this first segment of the Winston. There are the 20 who made it in by virtue of past performance, and the 21st starter will be Tony Stewart, having won the Winston Open earlier tonight in his Pontiac. Onboard cameras, we've got them for you. Of course, Tony Stewart advanced, so he brought his camera right along with. He's always nice about that. Just ahead of him, Ricky Rudd. That's the Whirlpool onboard camera. The McDonald's drive-through. Bill Elliott will give us the ride around the 1.5 miles tonight. The new look of Dale Jarrett's car. You see the Susan G. Komen Foundation. That's where the monies are going to from collectible profits off this new look race car. Riding with Mark Martin, the Eagle One entry. He checks the mirrors, make sure all is in readiness. And on the pole, Bobby Labonte, the Interstate Batteries team, with their onboard camera as well, as we are set to get at it. Again, 30 laps, only green flag laps will count. If there's a caution, they revert back to the last completed lap of green, and that's how scoring is handled.
You think they like it?
I think they love it. Glad you're with us, folks. Here we go. The 15th running of the Winston as the flashbulbs illuminate the Carolina night. Well, it's Superman who has changed from Clark Kent livery into his cape to take the lead here at Charlotte. Here comes Mark Martin to grab third. And they used to call him one tough customer when he drove the Wrangler car. Call him what you will. Earnhardt's on the move again in number 3.
Yeah, Rusty Wallace, the air pressure has not gotten up on these cars. We talk about that. It takes a few laps for these cars to drive like it's supposed to. Rusty Wallace got very sideways and jumped way up the racetrack. Lost a couple of positions there.
And you know the crews are watching that tire situation, trying to decide what they are going to do between that last 30-lap segment and the 10-lap segment. Come in and change tires or not. They're watching these couple of laps very carefully.
Gordon, Bobby Labonte, and Mark Martin. riding with Mark now in third. He's got Earnhardt behind him, then Rusty Wallace. That's your top five. Looking rearward from Bobby Labonte's car to Mark Martin. Single file back to Bobby Hamilton there in the Kodak machine. He's in 12th, wants to grab 11th.
Eli, look at the 20 car there. He is moving through this traffic. He's already passed Jeremy Mayfield. Tony Stewart is definitely flying up through this field.
He's passed Andretti, Rudd, Ward Burton, Darrell Waltrip.
What a story he has proven to be in these Winston Cup cars. He was good in the Busch Series. He's better in these cars. Says he likes the horsepower of a Winston Cup car. Feels better to him. And look at Tony Stewart go.
He would have gone right between the two there.
Don't give up on that idea yet as he goes on the outside of Kyle Petty down in the corner. This car is on a rail around this racetrack.
Meanwhile, Dale Jarrett has backslid to 11th spot. Ralph, what's the deal?
Eli, the car is very, very loose. He's been radioing into the crew, but they can do nothing at this point. They want him to just hang on for this first 30-lap segment.
Here goes Tony Stewart. He'll grab 14th from Jeff Burton.
Started 21st, dead last in the field.
Looking rearward again from Tony Stewart.
Eli, there's a little report. There might be a little bit of mist falling outside right now.
There have been some clouds in the area today. And caution for rain on the speedway.
Yellow coming up for rain.
On the speedway.
Right, 1 and 2, John.
We told you earlier we had about a 2-minute rain shower this afternoon. And as quickly as it started, it stopped. Now again, they do not score this lap. They don't count any caution laps. So here at lap number 5 is where the scoring will revert to, as we have the raindrops falling upon the speedway. I kind of remember this scenario a year ago.
Yeah, Coca-Cola 600 too.
Yeah.
Slowed down by rain.
And then you see big raindrops, though not all that plentiful. But if you're new to the sport, you know or may not know that these tires have no tread on them. They don't have rain tires. So when the track gets wet, the adhesion goes away. But we will be right back.
Today we're going to learn the easy way to mow the lawn. This is a lawn. This is a boy. A lawn. Boy. Lawn. Boy. Lawn boy. Easy, huh?
Lawn Boy. Easy to start, easy to use, easy to maintain.
Any questions?
Why are there 2 of you?
We've heard your complaints about changing your oil filter, trying to grip that slippery filter. That's why Fram, America's #1 filter, now has Sure Grip, a rough textured top for easy gripping and installing.
It makes changing your oil filter a lot easier.
Eagle One wet car polish provides a rich, deep shine. But why does NASCAR winner Mark Martin use Eagle One products?
You always want to look your best.
Eagle One, are you ready for the attention? Free Hot Wheels with every purchase of Eagle One wet polish and wax while supplies last.
Need brakes? Now during the Midas $40 lifetime brakes rebate, save $20 per axle or $40 for your whole car. Lifetime guaranteed $40 in savings right now. Go safely. Go Midas.
You have your weekend projects. We have ours.
This summer, if you can dream it up, Sonic can put it in a cup. We've got hundreds of drink flavors you can mix and match. Plus, our 44-ounce Route 44 big drinks. Enough choices to let your dreams run wild.
Sonic America's driving.
TNN Motorsports live coverage of the Winston is being brought to you by Home Depot. Change drill bits up to 50% faster with the DeWalt Rapid Load Quick Change Accessory System. And by Sonic, where we invite you to drive in for a change. It will be a double file restart. The rain shower ends as quickly as it began. We're just about a lap away from going racing. You can check out NASCAR online, folks, and find out exactly what's happening at the racetrack before, during, or after the race. NASCAR.com, your 24-hour NASCAR Garage Pass. Log on at your next opportunity. By the way, you might want to race into the all-new and official store of NASCAR. You can visit NASCAR Thunder, now open in cities everywhere. And be sure to drop by the NASCAR Thunder location in Chattanooga, Tennessee on Friday, May the 28th from 5 p.m. until 7 p.m. Eastern Time. Jerry Nadeau is going to be there, driver of the number 9 Cartoon Network car. For more information regarding that appearance, call 423-893-6272. And for other locations and information, just call the number there on your screen, Monday through Friday for NASCAR Thunder. Half a lap away from going to green. Let's quickly go to Glenn Jarrett.
Well, guys, I'm in Jeff Gordon's pit. Talked to Ray Evernham, and Ray says that Jeff says the car feels real good. It's a little bit loose in the middle on both ends of the racetrack. They do think the car will come to them. Now, they're already leading, so I guess they're just going to go that much further ahead.
Larry McReynolds.
Well, I talked to Robin Pemberton, crew chief for Rusty Wallace, a lot like the 24 car. They dropped the green flag. He was a little bit loose, but they think that's a sign that the car will be good at the end of 30 laps. Looks like we're going to get the green flag, Eli.
Indeed we are. 8 Fords, 7 Chevys, 6 Pontiacs. We have seen pit stops for Kyle Petty, for Ward Burton, and Darrell Waltrip. Everybody else has stayed on the racetrack. And the green is out. Riding with Dale Jarrett, and watch that bumping and going.
Bill Elliott got into the back of the 36 car there. Ernie Irvin almost a crash.
And look at Bobby Labonte rocket to the outside of Jeff Gordon and take the lead here in the first segment of the Winston.
That was a power move.
I mean, a major league power move. So Bobby Labonte, quickest yesterday in qualifying. His lap speeds were exemplary. And again, we've talked so often tonight about how well that car runs here at the Lowe's Motor Speedway.
Labonte has had an incredible year in 1999. There have been 11 Winston Cup point races so far. He's led them all but one.
NASCAR timing and scoring presented by MCI WorldCom. As you know exactly where your favorite drivers are running.
As you sit at home, if you want to make a wager as to what kind of shape that infield camera will be at the end of the evening, go ahead and do it. We've made our little wager up here.
Good scramble here, 14th spot. Good battle between the 88 of Jarrett and the 94 of Elliott. And again, the 99 of Burton and the 20 of Tony Stewart. Fighting with Stewart, and he's trying to keep Burton at bay, Steve.
Yeah, and I just checked with Frankie Stoddard, Jeff Burton's crew chief on the 99, and he said they have an unusual problem. They are loose at one end of the racetrack and tight at the other, so conflicting problems for the 99.
And they've got time to try and dial that problem in. Tony Stewart's going to go 3 wide.
He gets it done.
That's why they call him Tony the Tiger. You can see Terry Labonte in the 5 car just roll out the throttle and let him go right on by.
13th place now for Tony Stewart as he leaves the K-Essentials car for Terry Labonte in his wake. Now Bobby Hamilton in the 4 and the white machine of Dale Jarrett. That's 11th and 12th.
Music.
Yeah, some people listen to symphonies, others rock and roll. Baker here, he listens to engines.
You got it.
It does sound good, though.
Just tuning in, we're still in segment 1 of the Winston.
Stewart has had the advantage of having run the...
Dale Jarrett. Hard into the wall. Collected. Head on into him goes Ricky Rudd. A major accident in the corner. Jarrett, Burton, Ricky Rudd. Look at Andretti and Waltrip managing to get by. That was a vicious hit. Jeff Burton and Ricky Rudd was. And caution. Lap number 11. We're going to come right back. We'll take a look at all the replays. You see Ricky Rudd is moving. Certainly that is good news. caution for the second time in the first segment of the Winston.
Guys, I'm coming in.
What is it, Mike? Is it too loose?
No, it's my kitchen. I want to remodel, but I don't know where to start.
What? Dave, you're the kitchen guy. Get in here.
Okay, here's what you do.
When it comes to home improvement, there's no better team to work with than Team Lowe's. Lowe's, proud sponsor of Winston Cup Team number 31 and its World Championship pit crew.
Hey, Larry, let me talk to that kitchen guy again.
It's for you.
A little drop of water. What could it do to your car's finish? Plenty. Unless you use Rain-X Ultra Wax. With the same super water repelling action you get in Rain-X for windshields, it's easy to use. It makes water bead right up and roll right off, so it can't magnify the sun's harmful UV rays or form those nasty water spots. So use new Rain-X Ultra Wax. Nothing sticks but the shine.
Well, Ricky Rudd was running in 19th. Jeff Burton was running 13th. Dale Jarrett was running 12th. And you see Ricky Rudd now climbing from the Tide ride. Jeff Burton has already climbed from his machine as well. Let's take a look back at exactly what happened here. Watch it up front. Bobby Hamilton inside of Dale Jarrett. Tough to tell from that angle.
Yeah, it looked like the back end just came out from underneath it.
Then Burton spins to avoid Jarrett, and old Ricky Rudd has absolutely nowhere to go.
No, and they did talk it over in a friendly sort of way, these two drivers.
And no finger pointing or anything like that. Watch there.
Looks like he just lost it.
It really does.
Yeah.
If Bobby Hamilton got him, it was by an eyelash, but it was so very tough to tell. Maybe the overhead view, maybe we can see from the, well, it had already happened there.
And it's hard to say why he lost it.
Yeah.
There could have been a mechanical failure or tire could have, there's the hit.
Ricky Rudd pulled down off the racetrack, running probably 185 miles an hour there, down on the flat part of the racetrack. He had done everything he could do to try to miss Jeff Burton.
Let's see how Tony Stewart got through this. Maybe he could show us. Even from his camera, you can't see if Hamilton and Jarrett touched.
He just stayed down low, Eli, and everybody went up the
let's see
racetrack.
if Jarrett's camera tells us.
If they hit, they didn't hit much, at least until you hit the wall.
Of course, if they hit, you don't have to hit much.
No, you sure don't.
And we'll have to find out. I mean, we show you 4 angles right there, and it's so very difficult. Now, that angle looks like he kind of shoved him into the corner, doesn't it?
Did.
Yeah, it does.
You know, your immediate thought is that Dale Jarrett's too good of a racer just to lose it like that.
Absolutely.
Also, that's the other extenuating fact in all of this. But I'm sure we'll hear from the one thing this afternoon. Jeff Burton was saying they were hoping maybe to use that 99 car next week in the 600.
Yeah, it was a brand new car. It was built just for the 600.
Yeah, they're going to use that next Sunday. They're going to have a lot of hours to fix it. Meanwhile, Jimmy Maycar, crew chief for Bobby Labonte, says, thank goodness that happened behind us.
I've been everywhere, man. Across the deserts, bare, man.
If the technology of SuperGuard motor oil can protect these high-performance engines, imagine how it'll perform in your new Ford Taurus SHO. Visit our website, Citgo.com, and you could win a 1999 Ford Taurus SHO or one of 500 other valuable prizes when you play the SuperGuard Online 500 Racing Challenge. Register to win at Citgo.com.
I've been everywhere.
Crew set. Everybody's ready. Let's go.
Here it comes. Let's hit it.
Rock your way to the fastest finish.
You're good. You're fast.
After lunch, we'll do the other side of the street.
Make sure you've got genuine sheetrock. USG Sheetrock brand products. Official marketing partner of the NASCAR Craftsman Truck Series.
We're here at a NASCAR race to take a survey. First question, does anyone sell as many high-quality auto parts as Napa? That'd be a no. Does anyone sell more hard-to-find parts than Napa? No again. Does anyone have as many ASE-certified employees? Last question, would you like to get paid for this survey? Just checking. Napa, over 200,000 parts, and everyone's important.
Some things are obvious from the start. Like, things turn out better when you work together. That's why the UAW International Union and General Motors Corporation got together to create programs to improve skills and safety, to educate, to promote teamwork and build better quality cars and trucks. Assembly line to finish line. Teamwork wins.
CNN Motorsports live coverage of the Winston NASCAR's All-Star Race is being brought to you by Napa Auto Parts. Napa, we keep America running. And by UAW GM, assembly line to finish line, teamwork wins. Welcome back, everybody. Under caution, they're cleaning up there off turn 2 and going down the back straightaway. I understand Dale Jarrett has just walked from the infield care center. Steve Burns is with him.
Yeah, Dale just got out of the infield care center. Dale, we saw the replays and really couldn't tell what happened. How about from where you sit?
Well, where I sat, I got hit, so, you know, that's... We'd been racing a couple of laps there, and I got a good run off of 4. And of course, he'd already hit me one time just going down the straightaway, so I guess I should have realized then that he might not have been seeing real good in the nighttime here. But just got hit going into the corner, and it turned around.
Frustrated Dale Jarrett.
And certainly that shot we just saw right there clearly supports what Dale says. That was one angle we didn't see in its entirety earlier. Remember, Ricky Rudd had his onboard camera. Watch this.
To the bottom of the...
Oh,
man.
Oh. So you think you want to be a racer?
Well, you make one choice there, and apparently that wasn't the right one.
Cleanup continues at the Lowe's Motor Speedway, and our coverage of the Winston will continue right after these messages here on TNN Motorsports.
New grill guard, Steve? I like it.
Thanks, Sally. I got it at Pep Boys.
Hey, Sally, how about my chrome rims?
Step bars, bug shield, tires, and wheels.
Hey, Sally, hear that? Performance exhaust. Love your car? Save $3 with Pennzoil. Buy 12 quarts of Pennzoil, get $3 back instantly.
Hey, Sally! Sally!
Sally moved. Hey, nice tow hitch.
Pep Boys. Cars like us.
People love us.
NASCAR Winston Cup racing is the fastest growing sport in America, and Pocono Raceway is one of NASCAR's most competitive tracks. Pocono Raceway has added 15,000 grandstand and 2,000 club seats for $19.99. Now is your best chance to experience Winston Cup racing at Pocono. Call now while tickets last. Call toll-free 1-800-RACEWAY. That's 1-800-RACEWAY. Operators are standing by. Pocono's $19.99 Winston Cup dates are the Pocono 500 June 20th and the Pennsylvania 500 July 25th. Call now 1-800-RACEWAY.
Experience the sounds of NASCAR Rocks. This summer, join CBS's NASCAR Hits the Road with concerts featuring today's hottest performers. Feel the rush of NASCAR Rocks.
The FB&A Platinum 200, June 5th on TNN.
Do you find yourself spending a lot of free time wondering about garage doors and openers? Who invented them? Who's built and installed more than anyone? And who would you call if you needed one?
Get a life.
The genuine, the original overhead door. What else do you need to know?
We need some more furniture for our clubhouse. You got that right. Hey guys, we don't need furniture. It's moving. Come on.
Make it, folks. Get the girls. The game's on. Hurry. Would you girls like to watch the game?
I can't watch.
The girls are busy. Oh, well. How are you?
Do you think that was in our clubhouse?
Welcome back, everybody. They had just literally gone green. And as quickly as they went to green, everybody and his brother stacked up. Rusty Wallace, you saw. That is Ernie Irvin right there. Bobby Labonte, Bill Elliott. They never even completed a lap. So this is still at lap number 11. Remember, because they don't count caution laps. Bobby Labonte never really got going on the restart. Got shuffled out by Dale Earnhardt and Jeff Gordon. There's Ward Burton. He was involved as everybody went stacking up and spinning on the back straightaway. Bobby Labonte has taken his car to the garage area. Now let's just take you right back and see the restart just as we came back from commercial. Just watch what happened. You see Bobby's already back to third.
Still slowing down.
Ernie bounces off the wall.
Mark Martin going round and round down the back straightaway.
Watch again. Watch the yellow car on the outside. That's Ernie Irvin in the 36.
Okay, right there. Mark Martin got in the back of the 18, but Ernie Irvin on the outside had no contact whatsoever. He got sideways coming off turn 2.
Boy, Ernie Irvin hit that inside wall very hard.
Watch it again. Mark Martin spinning once. Look at Sterling Marlin just getting through. He had come from 11th to 5th. And Sterling just got through in the 40.
Eli, look at the 20 car of Tony Stewart. He goes right through the middle of the wreck. Somehow he did not get into it.
Let's see it again. This is the restart. Where's the first bobble? Nothing yet.
Okay, Mark Martin right there touches. You see that?
Actually, it looked like Labonte might have touched with Jeffrey Bodine. Maybe we can get another gander at that one. Look at Tony Stewart. Pardon me, coming through. He's that orange car.
Oh, just threading his way through there. Slow, careful, smart, and lucky.
Watch Jeffrey Bodine. He's the black car there to the left.
Eli, he's straight off that corner there. Yeah. The 36 gets loose on the high side of the racetrack, but I did see Mark Martin make a little contact there with Bobby Labonte, and everybody started stacking up behind them there.
And Mark has gone to the garage area as well. Not on pit road, behind the wall, in the garage for Mark.
Let's go downstairs. Steve Burns, you're first.
All right, Jeff Burton's here. Jeff was in the first incident. It's a wild night, Jeff.
Welcome to the Charlotte Demolition Derby. Yeah, I don't know if the 4 and 88 got together. The 88 started to go around in my wreck, and he was right in front of me, and I waited and waited and waited before I did anything. And finally, I had to turn, and when I turned, I just lost it and spun in front of Rudd, and then Rudd had nowhere to go. So just the wreck happened in front of me, and I didn't have anywhere to go. But if this stuff keeps going on, then all you people at home can bring your own car and enter in, because you'll be the only ones left.
All right, let's go to Ralph Shaheen.
Well, we're with Rusty Wallace. Rusty, can you tell me what happened out there?
Everybody was really loose out there. The track started out real loose for some reason. I know that we were all sliding around on that restart. It looks like, I can't tell if Mark got loose or the 40 car got loose, but everybody just banged into each other. And then it was just a chain reaction. If 6 got loose, 40 got loose. I slammed on the brakes, and then thought I had it cleared, and they come across the racetrack, and I got in the side of Mark and the 40 car. So it's just, and I looked up, it looks like the 18 car got loose too. So everybody was just sideways, and maybe that's what caused everybody to check up. I don't know.
Could it be that maybe everybody set the cars up a little too loose, or was there maybe something on the racetrack?
I don't know. I think everybody's car was a little too, I'd say that could happen, but everybody was loose. I know I was barely touching the gas pedal, and in practice this afternoon I was perfect. Tire temps were great, car felt super, so maybe another 15 laps car might have came in, but heck, it's only a 30-lap race, so we had to get going quick.
Eli?
Well, everybody trying to work on their race cars. If you're curious, Dale Earnhardt got right on through the picture, and he's now very much in the hunt, running second only to Jeff Gordon when we go back to racing.
Turtle wax. Some people say clear coat cars don't need wax. Clear coat's thinner than the piece of paper. So what protects the clear coat?
New Turtle Wax Emerald Series car wax.
Waxing with Emerald Series puts down 4 times the carnauba wax as the #1 brand, with no powdery residue.
Do your best wax job ever. Turtle Wax Emerald Series.
Emerald Series is the best hard shell finish.
Turtle Wax.
For a quick touch-up between wax jobs, get new Emerald Series Premium Detailer.
You know, this place reminds me of a guy I knew named Julius.
Another Darryl Waltrip story.
Oh, really? This guy, he was in the junkyard one day, kicking around, and he found a rocket booster. So he says, I'm going to set myself a land speed record. Now, he got that thing up to speed. He hit the switch. He took off into outer space.
So whatever happened to him?
He came down out here somewhere.
Get out of here.
On Route 66.
Now, Kmart.
I travel light. I can pack everything I need into a weekend.
Ford Ranger, built Ford tough.
We've heard your complaints about changing your oil filter, trying to grip that slippery filter. That's why Fram, America's #1 filter, now has Sure Grip, a rough textured top for easy gripping and installing.
It makes changing your oil filter a lot easier.
Wherever your kids want to go this summer, there's a Red Roof Inn nearby.
Beaches, theme parks at a price that'll make everybody happy, especially you. Well, I'm lost. Anybody got a map? Call 1-800-THE-ROOF, where kids stay free and save money like you mean it.
Well, they've put about a season's worth of speedy try down on the racetrack, and we're only at lap 11 of the first segment. And that's been the story of the Winston so far. Dale Jarrett, Ricky Rudd, Jeff Burton, Bobby Labonte, Rusty Wallace, Ernie Irvin. They're working on Michael Waltrip's car. You see Bill Elliott and the Golden Arches in the foreground. Meanwhile, Bobby Labonte is in the garage with Steve Burns. Guys?
Eli, he's already changed clothes. Bobby, short night. What happened from your perspective?
Well, on that last restart, it just wouldn't go. And the 24 definitely got by, and the 3 car was on my right rear. And I got a little loose off of turn 2. But still, when I got on the gas, it just never went because, you know, something happened internally where it was just not accelerating like it should have. And I lost a little oil pressure before that and trying to make it to lap 30, and we just didn't make it. But it just seemed like it couldn't go, and I was trying to get out of the way, and I kept getting hit, and I was trying to go further out of the way and still kept getting hit. And I thought the motor was locked up by that point in time, so I started to get way out of the way, and then I got hit again. So it seemed like about 2 or 3 times all it took for me to go around.
All right, tough luck, Bobby. Let's go to Ralph Shaheen.
Steve, I'm with Mark Martin. Mark, what happened out there from your perspective?
There was a lot of things that contributed to that, starting with, you know, the double file restart and having, you know, everybody packed up like that. Then the 18 didn't really get off to a great start there, and that kind of packed some guys up the outside that were standing on the gas. The racetrack really didn't get cleaned up that well. And what I saw was Ernie lost it in the dirty stuff up there. And, of course, the 18 and I were on the bottom, and we even slipped too, but we still had it under control. And Ernie come down across, you know, lost control and come down across the racetrack and got me in the right rear. But it was just a series of tough situations there for all of us. Not a whole lot of room, and everybody kind of packed up, and the inside row not taking off as fast as it could have, and the racetrack being slick, and we all just had a big wreck.
Speaking of packed up, the crew has already got the car going up the lift and into the truck. They're going to be ready to roll out of here in just a couple of minutes. Glenn Jerry?
Well, thanks, Ralph. Let's put a little closure on what Bobby Labonte was talking about. I was in his pit right before that restart. I talked to Jimmy Maker, the crew chief, and they were discussing on the radio the oil pressure dropping like Bobby was talking about. Also, the engine and oil temperatures on the car were running way up high. They were really wanting the race to get back to green. As you run under caution at low speeds like that, those temperatures seem to rise even more. So he was experiencing low oil pressure, extremely high water temperature and oil temperature. That's the reason for the bulky restart. There was an engine problem going on. They just had no way of knowing that until the car got going up to full speed, which it never really did.
So in the garage are that man, Jeff Burton, along with Dale Jarrett, Ricky Rudd, Bobby Labonte, Rusty Wallace, Ernie Irvin, and Mark Martin, and we're only 11 laps in.
Filtration, particle trapping, is a lot more complex than people think.
Here we go.
Now, let's say Mr. Schrader here was a 10-micron particle. Now, if Mr. Schrader were to try to get through a Purolator filter, it would be as if he were a running back Trying to run through a briar patch 3 football fields long without getting snagged.
No way.
Now you know why every Purelator filter has more pleats and depth than other brands.
I think they get your point.
Pure oil now, pure oil later, Purelator.
This is an extraordinary little device, this is. It places your data on a seamless global network, the only global network owned by a single company. Suddenly Paris, London, Brussels, Dusseldorf are 60 milliseconds away. 60 milliseconds. Now, don't you wish you could travel like that? Be careful what you wish for. On Net from MCI Worldcom.
TNN salutes the fastest tracks on Earth in a century of motorsports.
Here they go. They're starting to make a move down into turn 1. Here comes Ernie Irvin on the bottom side.
Imagine going fast enough to cover the length of a football field every second in a stock car. No need to use your imagination. Daytona International Speedway and the Talladega Superspeedway can fit the bill. Those super tracks were envisioned by Bill France Sr. years before anybody else could see the potential for such speed palaces. Daytona opened in 1959 to rave reviews and a photo finish. 10 years later, Talladega opened to a boycott by drivers who felt the high speeds would cause major tire problems. Today, the super speedways are still in the news as carburetor restrictor plates cutting horsepower are in use to keep the speeds in check. For more on the century of motorsports, log on to country.com, your personal source for all things country.
Brought to you by Haviland Formula 3 Motor Oil. Add more life to your car.
Keep your car rocking, protect your engine with Haviland Formula 3 Motor Oil. Add more life to your car.
Move it, they're catching us.
It's the greatest racing on Earth.
Exciting.
Speed.
The driver. It's a rush. Exhilaration and acceleration.
Family fun.
Fast cars. Top trucks.
The NASCAR Winston Cup Series, the NASCAR Busch Series, the NASCAR Craftsman Truck Series. This is NASCAR.
NASCAR is racing.
TNN Motorsports keeps you well connected. Log on to country.com 7 days a week. Our team of motorsports journalists brings you all the latest in the world of racing, all part of TNN's Online in 99 week. We are back at the Lowe's Motor Speedway, and that's how they are running. That's all that's left running, basically. We have had a strange start to this first segment. And yes, we're only in the first segment. We are live. We just have had a lot of accidents. Half the field is seemingly in the garage area right now. So while we have an opportunity, why don't we take a moment and see what Lowe's knows? Brought to you by Lowe's Home Improvement Warehouses. And our feature today brought to you by Larry McReynolds.
You hear people ask, what's the difference in the cars that teams run in the Winston than in the World 600 next week? It's not that the cars are necessarily different. They're maybe just saving their better car for the World 600, which is the Winston Cup points event. Now, I believe the Winston is the best test session for the World 600. We bring the same car we plan on running next week. The downside, like in 1992, we wrecked our best car in the Winston, so we had to go to backup for the next week in the World 600.
Thoughts of Larry McReynolds and Lowe's knows. The field getting the one-to-go signal here at the Lowe's Motor Speedway. We're going to try it again. Let's go downstairs to the pits and get an update.
And Eli, we're with Ryan Pemberton, Ernie Irvin's crew chief. Ernie's already gone to his motorhome. Ryan, what did Ernie tell you in the infield care center?
You know, they just started wrecking around up in front of us, and probably nothing we could have done. We got in the high side up there. Thought we could make it through, but didn't happen.
But Ernie's okay?
Yeah, Ernie's fine. Hit hard on the inside wall, but said it's fine. It said the car's destroyed. I haven't seen the car yet. The biggest race going on here right now. It looks like to load the cars up and get out of here, beat the traffic. Several teams in the same situation. At least we didn't lose any points this week. We got to change our luck here sooner or later. We felt like we had a good car, and this is what we got.
Thanks, Ryan.
Thank you.
Indeed, the story, Ernie Irvin's team has just had all sorts of bad luck here in 1999. Well, we are a half lap away from going back to green. These caution laps, again, do not count, so we're still stuck at lap 11 of segment 1.
And there have been so few matchups of these two men, Gordon on the inside, Earnhardt on the outside, to win a Winston Cup race. You got it here tonight in the Winston. This is going to be fun, watching the old master and the young kid go at it.
1/3 of the field is in the garage. 21 started, 14 remain. A lot of racing yet to go. The pace car pulls away. Buster Ott doesn't want to be anywhere near it. Jimmy Howell, flagman. Says, let's get it on. Jeff Gordon in the 24. The Wrangler colors brought back for Dale Earnhardt.
You can hear the crowd. They're all on their feet as Dale Earnhardt leads the Winston.
Look who's in fourth spot. Stewart, who won the Open just a few moments ago. From the back of the pack all the way to fourth. Threaded his way through that crash. What a night he is having.
So far, a camera's still living.
So far. Jeffrey's having a good night as well. Jeffrey Bodine running in third spot. But all eyes are right here.
Dale Earnhardt won 25 races driving those Wrangler colors from 1981 to 1987. Won a couple of back-to-back titles, 86 and 87. Drove for Rod Osterland, J.D. Stacy, and Bud Moore, and Richard Childress in those colors.
Jeff Gordon has a rocket ship. He made a move on the outside off turn 4, goes by Earnhardt down into turn 1.
So at lap number 13, Jeff Gordon. The Sky back in front. Gordon with that special paint scheme for Superman. And the retro look for Dale Earnhardt. Nobody's sitting down. I don't know why they bother to sell seats. Just on a self-standing room only spot.
Both those cars that are out front are brand new race cars tonight as well. Many of the teams brought new cars here tonight. Thought it was a good time to shake them out. Looks like bringing a new car was a good idea. First and second with brand new equipment.
This is the first 30-lap segment. 14 teams still racing. Everybody else done. Crew Chief Ray Efrenham for Jeff Gordon. Third place, a good scramble right there. Jeffrey Bodine and Sterling Marlin.
Sterling came in and got tires on that pit stop time.
He pitted on the second accident sequence on lap 11.
Right on the bottom of the racetrack, trying to take that position away from Jeffrey Bodine down the front straightaway. Makes it look pretty easy going down into turn 1.
Those Goodyear stuck pretty well.
I'm sure on Sterling's mind is the fact that he has been second in this race 3 times. He would love to win this thing.
The bullet in this race right now is a 12 car right there, Jeremy Mayfield. That car is doing anything he wants it to do. He's on the bottom of the racetrack. He looked to the high side just a second ago. Closes in on Jeffrey Bodine. Anywhere he runs in the corner, that car is extremely fast.
Well, he also pitted on that caution flag, and then they did some work on that race car. It looks like they did the right kind of work as well.
If you're just joining us, 2 major accidents sending 7 drivers to the garage. Jeff Gordon led early, then Bobby Labonte, then Gordon again, then Earnhardt again. Jeff Gordon, who now has led since lap 14. We're at lap 17.
Bodine won the Winston back in 1994. Mayfield was the Open winner last year, so we got a couple of winners going at it.
As you mentioned earlier, Jeremy winning at Pocono here on TNN a year ago. That's how he gained entree into the Winston. Those drivers right there are 1 3/10 seconds behind the race leader, Jeff Gordon.
As they go at it, look at the battle for second place here.
Sterling Marlin inside of Dale Earnhardt. Earnhardt's got it. Marlin wants it. Marlin takes it. So Sterling's on the move.
Here comes Earnhardt.
How often have we seen that over the years?
Man, it's just wonderful, isn't it? It is so refreshing to see it with those colors. We saw that time after time. We saw it here at Charlotte. We saw it at Darlington. We saw it at Rockingham. This time it didn't work. Earnhardt almost got his spot back. Not quite.
Jeffrey Bodine in the 60 car, the third in the shot right there, seems to be really working very well right now as he run those two car down in front of him as they were battling side by side.
They are 1 3/10 seconds back from that man, Jeff Gordon. That's how it works out here on the track. Jeffrey Bodine losing a spot to Jeremy Mayfield, who'll take fourth.
9 to go before the first break. They'll get an opportunity to work on the cars and shuffle the deck between 3 and 12. Are there still 12 left?
Let's jump in with Ralph.
Quick update for you on Dale Earnhardt. His car has not been handling. He's been tight all night. To make matters worse, the plug-in for his radio between his helmet and the radio is slipped in between his back and the seat. Nothing like driving with a sharp object sticking you in your back.
There's a little something extra to have to deal with in this All-Star weekend.
Now it's the Winston. Nobody ever said this was supposed to be easy.
Yeah.
But that is a little extra, though.
Now remember, too, folks, that this segment and segment number 2, the winner of this 30-lap segment gets $50,000. It is not out here for the fun of it, although it's fun. The second place finisher in each of the first 2 segments gets $15,000. And then the third place finisher gets $7,500. So a lot of money on the line here as well. Of course, the total purse of some $1,338,000 in the Winston tonight.
So Jeremy Mayfield has a little damage there to the left rear corner of his car from an accident earlier in this event.
There's 6 laps to go, then there'll be a 10-minute break. And as Dick mentioned, they can work on the cars. They'll bring out that big Wheel of Fortune type of wheel, and they'll spin it to find out how many teams will hurt their starting position.
All the crew chiefs that have changed in the last couple of weeks. Just incredible. 2 of the 4 top cars here have had crew chief changes, and here they are still running up front.
Jeremy Mayfield, one of those with Peter Suspenzo taking over from the departed Paul Andrews. And Jeremy going to the front now, bypassing Dale Earnhardt into third.
Roy Stott gone from Sterling Marlin's car. Tony Glover is taking care of that one now.
All sorts of moving around over the past week. Jasper Motorsports had Newton Moore leave. Bob Gobranson taking over there on an interim basis. All sorts of movement in the crew chief world.
Since Daytona, I heard there's been a change of 14 crew chiefs since Daytona alone.
Yeah, but most of them in this little break. Imagine if they'd had 2 weeks off. They had 1 week off, and it seemed like about a dozen of these guys changed.
There's Terry Labonte in the 5, Tony Stewart in the 20. That is 6th and 7th.
I don't think Tony Stewart's car is hooked up the way it was in the Open right now. He does not seem to be able to go by the cars like he was doing even in the early part of this event.
Right, it's not bad. It just isn't as fast as it was.
Now dealing some lap traffic. Ward Burton is the 22. He is a lap down in 13th as Jeff Gordon goes by the Cat car.
You can see the aerodynamics on that 22 car are gone. The left front fender there is missing on that car, and they don't drive very well when you mess up the aerodynamics on this type of racetrack. You are running 195 plus going into the corners here.
Gordon is looking a bit like Superman right now, isn't he? Strong tonight.
Gordon just works the traffic really well. well. Watch this seconds ago. Came up on Kyle, who's out there running a couple of laps down.
Yow. Maybe there is something to that cape.
Does that look easier, though, from the driver's seat, buddy, than it does to us up here? I mean, did he see a bigger opening than we did?
Exactly, and he knows how that car is accelerating. He's also watching depth perception, eye-to-hand coordination. This young man has it all, and he knows what he's doing out there. That wasn't risky as it looked.
Here they come back towards the stripe. Jeff Gordon crossing the stripe with the lead as Bobby Hamilton makes a pit stop here. And we are under caution with the first segment of the Winston having now concluded. And Jeff Gordon will take home $50,000. Sterling Marlin will take home $10,000. Jeremy Mayfield takes home $7,500. We're back in a moment.
There's something special about the folks who work at AutoZone. The fact that they know more than a thing or two about looking up parts and solving problems. Their willingness to go the extra mile. And their belief in doing what's right. So it's no wonder why millions of customers turn to us each week for help in getting back on the road. Because working at AutoZone means taking pride in taking care of people.
Choosing a personal watercraft can be a real test, but Rusty Wallace knows just what he wants. Polaris, when you know what you want. See your local dealer for big savings on select models.
Get ready for this week's Roller Jam. Crown and the motto.
Domination through devastation.
The Hot Dice. The Wrestlers. Roller Jam. Friday at 8, 7 Central on TNN.
Hey.
Do you ever lie awake at night, staring at the stars, wondering about garage doors and openers? Who invented them? Who's built and installed more than anyone? And who would you call if you needed one?
Get a life.
The genuine, the original, overhead door. What else do you need to know?
A Movie Channel original movie. A trip to the Bermuda Triangle lands a subcrew smack in the future.
What year? It's 2077.
To a place run by militants, mutant cyborgs, and one really nasty man.
Excellent.
But this rebel can stop it all if this rebel can escape.
If you don't make it back, I cease to exist.
Present Jeff Fahey and future Jeff Fahey and Roger Corman's Beneath the Bermuda Triangle. Only on the Movie Channel.
Welcome back, everybody. That's the unofficial result from segment number 1 of the Winston, NASCAR's All-Star Race. Total of 14 drivers of the 21 starters are still running on the racetrack. And of those 14, you've got 3, Bobby Hamilton, Ward Burton, and Kyle Petty, who are 1 lap down. Everybody else already in the garage area. They are rolling out onto the grassy area between the main straightaway there. You see it right there, center of your screen. That is the giant wheel that they will spin, and that wheel will dictate how many 3 or up to 12 teams will have their positions inverted. Vanna White was unable to join us with that wheel tonight, so Glenn Jarrett has been imported to handle the chores. And actually, folks, he'll be handling it for the entire racetrack. Okay, Glenn will be on the public address system, and he will handle all of these ceremonies down there trackside. as we determine how many teams will be inverting their starting spot. We're still 8 minutes and 45 seconds away from the resumption of the event. There's a big clock right there on the Winston Cup Message Center.
Fans used to vote on the inversion, but the fans always voted to invert. Sure, they want to see the fast guy in the back, and that's the way it is at most racetracks, local speedways on Saturday night. And if you're having a good time here at the Winston, a lot of what you're seeing is very similar to what you will see at your local Winston Racing Series Speedway, and there's probably one that's within driving distance of you. And strongly recommend go out, see it, you'll love it, it's fun.
Right at 100 tracks now on the NASCAR Winston Racing Series. You know, even the cars that are running well have problems.
A boo-boo.
Yeah.
A boo-boo in the back.
Just taping up the rear of the Home Depot Pontiac for Tony Stewart, who is now in 7th.
I don't think he knows that there's a rookie stripe in the back of that thing, the way he's running tonight.
Yeah. When we come back, we're going to roll that wheel and see who will be inverting their starting spots. Then we'll move on to segment number 2 of the Winston. That as soon as we come back.
What do you get for a 75th anniversary? The biggest sale in Ace history. The Ace 75th anniversary sale. Don't miss it.
You got feet that sweat for a living, and you get athlete's foot. Smart guys know comfort comes in yellow. New improved Desinex powder, it gets rid of the fungus and absorbs twice as much moisture as Tenactin. Desinex soothes while it cures for comfortable feet.
Eagle One A to Z wheel cleaner removes stubborn brake dust easily. And Eagle One Wet Tire Shine applies a clear high gloss shine instantly. But why does NASCAR winner Mark Martin use premium Eagle One products exclusively?
When you're in the spotlight, you always want to look your best.
Eagle One A to Z wheel cleaner and Eagle One Wet Tire Shine for the perfect finish. Eagle One, are you ready for the attention?
Today we're going to learn the easy way to mow the lawn. This is a lawn. This is a boy. A lawn. Boy. Lawn. Boy. Lawn boy. Easy, huh?
Lawn Boy. Easy to start, easy to use, easy to maintain.
Any questions?
Why are there 2 of you?
This is revolting.
What's the matter?
They're paying him for this.
Yeah, I think he's good.
Good? He can't even say the name of the product.
He can say it.
What are you talking about?
He's got a thick accent, you know,
Accent?
almost like European.
Hey, Ferret, let me hear you say Bud, nice and clear.
This sounded like Bud.
No, it sounded like...
I think your hearing's going, Louie.
Oh, right. Hey, Ferret, could you lay a little wise on us?
Smooth, like a pro.
Absolutely. What was I thinking?
TNN Motorsports live coverage of the Winston NASCAR's All-Star Race is being brought to you by Valvoline. You can always tell the guys who use Valvoline. By Lawn Boy, making mowing easier. And by Brewery Fresh Budweiser, the official beer of NASCAR. This Bud's for you. Well, that is the Plinko board. They will drop a giant ball, and it'll determine exactly how many positions are going to be inverted. And by the way, folks, there are only 11 teams on the lead lap. So if the number 12 comes up, that'll mean everybody's position will be inverted. Glenn Jarrett is handling the proceedings on the PA system. Glenn?
Okay, for the benefit of you fans in the stands, this is Glenn Jarrett with TNN Motorsports, and we're down here at the entrance to the garage area, and here you see the Plinko board. First thing I want to know is how did you like that first segment of the 15th running of the Winston? I think it was pretty exciting. We certainly thought so on TNN. Well, we got that first 30-lap segment out of the way, and now it's time to invert the field. We're going to find out how many cars we will invert. How are we going to do that? Well, we're going to use this Plinko board. The inversion will be a number somewhere between 3 and 12, and it will be completely random. Now, this Plinko board is just like one that you might see on The Price is Right. It's 13 feet tall, 8 feet wide, and right up at the top of it is Andy Schindler. He is the president and CEO of R.J. Reynolds Tobacco Company. Now, Andy's going to drop a ball from the top of the Plinko board. The numbers 3 through 12 are right along the bottom of the board here. Of course, they're covered up right now, so we won't know until we remove the tape. But he's going to drop the ball. It'll fall through the pegs, and it's going to land on one of the numbers. Okay, Andy, let her go. And the ball's coming. It stopped. No, it's going to come on. Feel almost like Bob Barker on The Price is Right. Now, whatever number the ball lands on, we're going to invert that many cars. Here it is. It's on it. So it lands on number 6. So what's going to happen is we're going to invert the first 6 cars of the race. So however they finished in that last segment, those 6 cars will be inverted. Now, Cliff Panel, the president of RJ Sports Marketing Enterprise, will give us the official word. Cliff, looks like a 6.
Well, Glenn, it is a 6. We had, I believe it was 11 possibilities to invert, but it landed on 6, so the first 6 are going to invert, and that's what we'll be doing for this second segment, so it ought to be exciting.
Okay, there you have it. So 6 cars. Let's go back upstairs.
All right, Glenn, thank you. And that means Terry Labonte will start on the pole. Then Jeff Bodine will be second. Dale Earnhardt third. Jeremy Mayfield fourth. Sterling Marlin fifth. And Jeff Gordon sixth.
We've heard your complaints about changing your oil filter, banging your knuckles trying to grip that slippery filter. That's why Fram, America's #1 filter, now has Sure Grip, a rough textured top on our Extra Guard filter for easy gripping and installing. Only Fram has it.
It makes changing your oil filter a lot easier.
Fram oil filters. Pay a little more now or pay a lot later.
Introducing Bosch Platinum Plus 4. 4 electrodes. Pure platinum. Take your engine to a higher power. New Bosch Platinum Plus 4.
Friday night on TNN Motor Madness. It's the Monster Jam.
This is it. This is the TNN Super Bowl Motor Madness right here.
It's 16 ground-shaking monster trucks showing off in the Show Me stage. And the track will be a true test of skill and guts. It's a Monster Jam you don't want to miss. See what happens Friday night before Roller Jam on TNN Motor Madness.
Drivers, race teams, and race fans, the 99 Team Simpson Racing Catalog is now available. For more information, call 1-800-71-RACIN or visit the Simpson website at SimpsonRaceProducts.com and join Team Simpson today. Mack Trucks are furnished by Clement Chevy Mack Sales. For all your truck and tractor needs, call Clement at 1-800-369-MACK. Winnebago Industries, the official motorhome of TNN Motorsports. For information on Winnebago Industries products or the Winnebago Motorsports team, call 1-800-643-4892.
Now the 10-minute break between segments has concluded. The cars rolling off the pit lane. Let us begin our check of the pit road story. Steve Burns.
Thanks, Eli. I was just talking to Greg Zipadelli, the crew chief, on the number 20 of Tony Stewart. They made some pretty significant adjustments to the car. They raised the track bar. They made an air pressure adjustment and put 2 rounds into the right rear. Tony was complaining that the car was extremely tight. There was also damage, and I could see it down here in this pitch to the left rear corner of the car. The sheet metal had been pushed in, so that obviously affected the handling of the number 20 of Tony Stewart. Let's go to Ralph Shaheen.
Even though Jeff Gordon won the first segment, his car was far from perfect. It was tight going into the corner, loose coming off. So they made some changes, nothing too drastic. They put 4 tires and fuel, of course, onto the car. They used a cooling unit to bring the engine temperature back down, and they made a chassis adjustment to the right, to the left side of the car. That's all they did. They did a lot of conversation, all between Jeff and Ray, just over the window, not even over the headsets, so that nobody else could pick up their scanner conversation. But no really drastic changes right now. Glenn?
Okay, thanks, Ralph. You know, just before that segment ended, we saw Bobby Hamilton, who was running up in the top 5 throughout most of it. come into the pits. The engine was shut off. He was out of fuel. Now you wonder, how does he run out of fuel in 30 laps? Well, their car worked better on about a half load or a third of a load of fuel. So they started the race that way, certainly not anticipating all of the caution laps that we had to run. He simply ran out of gas. Tough break for him. Let's go to Larry McReynolds.
Well, Glenn, I talked to Dale Earnhardt myself, and pretty good run there. Finished 4th in the first segment. He said, Larry, I just can't turn the car down in the corner without really getting on the brake pedal, make the car turn, which when you hit the brakes, that'll make the car turn down. He said, and I pushed pretty bad off of turn 4. He said, I'm good off turn 2, so they raised the track bar and actually pulled the right front fender out just a little bit. That puts more front down for us. Jeff Bodine, who finished 5th, he'll start on the outside pole of this second segment. He said, Larry, I was just a little bit tight, not bad. They took about a half a round to bite out, so it'll be interesting to see if these adjustments make a difference. But the thing I learned, guys, with no more cars out there, there's no substitute for 4 tires in this thing. I think Sterling Marlin showed that, so I'd say at the end of this segment, we see that caution. You're going to see these cars hit pit road for 4 tires.
So a lot of different strategies playing out down on the pit lane as we are set to begin the second of the 30-lap segments. Now the finishing order from this segment is exactly how they will start in that final 10-lap shootout. It'll be a heads-up start wherever you come across the line, and this segment is how you will begin that final 10 laps. Bill Elliott running in 10th. One thing we can mention here, that you can make up a lap like you would in a normal race. Tough assignment, certainly, but should Bobby Hamilton, Ward Burton, Kyle Petty be in position to do so, they could make up a lap and get back on the lead lap as we go green in segment 2 of the Winston.
Jeff Bodine did not get a good start at all to the outside of the front row.
Dale Earnhardt did. He wants to get up in the lead. Jeremy Mayfield right now in the 12 is making it too wide as they go down the back straightaway.
Well, you just know Earnhardt's sniffing victory in this deal, as well as he is running tonight.
So Sterling Marlin there in that Coors car you see through the window of Tony Stewart's machine. Sterling's finished second 3 times in the Winston. I guess when you get hit in the rear as, oh, Jeffrey Bodine saves his race car right there. My goodness. A powerful move for the power team entry. That car was heading towards everywhere but straight. I was going to say when Tony Stewart got hit in the left rear, I guess it could also move, depending on how you get hit, it can also move that rear spoiler up in the air and really mess with everything.
Exactly, and when he got hit in the left rear corner, that automatically pushed the trunk lid and the spoiler up on the left rear, and that made it very tight for him.
He was lucky to get through that incident on the backstretch with that little damage. I mean, they were wrecking all around him, and Stewart did a marvelous job getting through all that.
Up ahead, way up ahead, you can see Terry Labonte and Dale Earnhardt. There they are in closer focus for you. They have 1 second on Jeremy Mayfield, 1.25 seconds on Sterling Marlin, 1 6/10 on Jeff Gordon. You'll see all the numbers on that Napa scoring rundown, brought to you by Napa Auto Parts. Who's where here?
These guys are just following each other right now because they broke away from the group that were running side by side. They're just behind them back there. You can see that Jeremy Mayfield making some great moves, and Jeff Gordon's moved into 4th already.
9th place for Awesome Bill from Dawsonville.
Out of the throttle right there, right down on the bottom. You'll hear him pick the throttle up. Very easy there. Off turn 4. Back towards the inside of the racetrack. Back out to the flag stand. Down low. Back out wide. Get a good angle into 1 and right back down on the white line.
Up front, battle for the lead, still a good one. Dale Earnhardt as tight as possible. 9/100ths of a second between the two. Couple car lengths at most.
Earnhardt, the only three-time winner of this event, has had a tough time of it here in the last few years. Last year was a hard wreck. Helicopter ride to the hospital. 95, he lost 2 motors and crashed with Darrell Waltrip. Another hard accident. Tonight, running second, challenging for the lead.
Terry Labonte, the 1988 winner of this event.
You would have to think Terry Labonte would be awfully good here at Charlotte because he had such a great run in Texas, a sister track to this racetrack. And you see Earnhardt looking to the inside as they head down the back straightaway.
For the lead, Earnhardt led laps 12 and 13.
Oh, Terry.
Man, what a battle.
The Iceman, huh?
Couple of cagey veterans. This is what we've all come to see.
An Iceman and an Intimidator, side by side.
They both respect each other, though, and they don't mind running side by side as Earnhardt takes a position going into turn 3. So far. Here comes. As they do that, Jeremy Mayfield moves in the 12th car.
Oh, the 5 is still leading. Terry Labonte. Terry's just getting off the corner better than Earnhardt right there.
And so is Jeff Gordon. He's right there now.
He sure is.
Ralph, when Terry jumps on the button, man, he's going.
Eli, this is a real credit to the crew led by Andy Graves and the Hendrick Motorsports crew, that number 5 car. Remember at the beginning of the show, I told you how evil handling that race car had been all day and how Terry Labonte was going to have to be the Iceman and be patient to get through that first 30-lap segment so that his crew could go to work on the car. They can't make any more adjustments to the car during the Winston breaks than they can during a normal 500-mile race. It's just that there's more time to make more of the same types of adjustments so they can really fine-tune that car during that short little break. There's only about 6 things you can actually do to the car during one of these breaks.
NASCAR polices that very, very carefully.
And the longer they spend on pit road adjusting that race car, the greater the probability is that they're going to come out of the back of the lead lap cars as well. Those pit stops are going to be absolutely critical between this segment and the final 10-lap segment.
We are 40 laps complete. Lap 60 will make up the end of 2 segments. Labonte and Earnhardt and Andy Graves all watching.
Every 10 seconds or so, a stop sign goes up somewhere in America. And every 30 seconds, a traffic light goes up. It's as hard on your car as it is on you. It's stop and go. Stop and go. Stop and go driving. Use Pennzoil. Formulated for today's stop and go driving. Stop, go, Pennzoil.
TNN salutes the fastest tracks on Earth in a century of motorsports.
Here they go. They're starting to make a move down into turn 1. Here comes Ernie Irvin on the bottom side.
Imagine going fast enough to cover the length of a football field every second in a stock car. No need to use your imagination. Daytona International Speedway and the Talladega Superspeedway can fit the bill. Those super tracks were envisioned by Bill France Sr. years before anybody else could see the potential for such speed palaces. Daytona opened in 1959 to rave reviews and a photo finish. 10 years later, Talladega opened to a boycott by drivers who felt the high speeds would cause major tire problems. Today, the super speedways are still in the news as carburetor restrictor plates cutting horsepower are in use to keep the speeds in check. For more on the century of motorsports, log on to country.com, your personal source for all things country.
This Century of Motorsports moment has been brought to you by Pep Boys. Cars like us, people love us.
New grill guard, Steve? I like it.
Thanks, Sally. I got it at Pep Boys. Hey, Sally, how about my chrome rims? Step bars, bug shield, tires, and wheels. Hey, Sally, hear that? Performance exhaust.
Love your car? Save $3 with Pennzoil. Buy 12 quarts of Pennzoil, get $3 back instantly.
Hey, Sally! Sally!
Sally moved.
Hey, nice tow hitch.
Pep Boys. Cars like us.
People love us.
Over-the-road transit for this broadcast provided by Ryder Transportation Services. Welcome back. We are live at the Lowe's Motor Speedway. Second place up for grabs. Not anymore. Jeff Gordon takes it. Does Dale Earnhardt just sit calmly?
No. No. Earnhardt went down in that corner. Almost got in the back of Jeff Gordon as they were entering turn 3. But that allowed Tony Stewart to catch this group right here.
Fans still aren't sitting down. Neither is Larry McReynolds on pit road. He has the Fram Sure Grip pit report for us. Larry?
Well, Eli, I talked to Kevin Hamlin, crew chief for Dale Earnhardt. And as we talked earlier during the break, you know, they freed that car up just a little bit. But now he's saying, guys, I'm too loose. And this is something we see at Charlotte consistently. You'll be too tight. You'll keep freeing it up in little baby steps, and you jump across the fence. So right now he's loose as Tony Stewart goes by him for third place.
Indeed, he was loose. And you saw Tony's car cut down low and really get a good grasp of the racetrack. So that position swaps around there. Behind Terry Labonte, the race leader, took over at lap 31. We are now at lap 47. Just tuning in, Jeff Gordon won the first segment of the Winston. Third time that he has won the first segment. Went on to win one of the Winstons and then DNF'd in '97 when he had also won the first segment of the Winston.
You know, these are teammates. You're watching first and second right now. Terry Labonte leading in the 5 car there. 24, of course, Jeff Gordon. But, you know, in a race like this, teammates mean absolutely nothing. It's the guy that wants to win the most. And you can see who wants to go on the outside. And Terry Labonte will pull back across, right, coming up out of the corner. But Jeff side by side as they come to the flag.
New leader, Jeff Gordon. So he takes the lead after Terry Labonte leads from lap 31 through lap 48.
Charlotte, Jeff Gordon's here. He's probably somewhere near the leader in it. He has had just an incredible run here at Charlotte right from the very beginning. Won his first race here, his first pole here.
The Attaboy Award goes to that number 20 car there, Tony Stewart, though. Involved in an accident. They made some changes on that car, made aerodynamic changes on it, and now, right now, he is catching second place.
And give the attaboys to the crew, too, because those are the guys who were thrashing on the back of that race car during the 10-minute break between segments. We're 10 laps away from the end of this segment, and the way they finish this segment is how they'll go in the final 10 laps.
And even give some credit to his teammate, Terry Labonte, Bobby Labonte, who drove the car while Stewart was en route from Indianapolis. I mean, everybody has pulled together in that operation. What a year they've had. Buddy and I talked to him in the trailer, and we asked him if he had the kind of year he expected, and he just basically said that he is way, way ahead of what he anticipated. He had only hoped to qualify for all the races, and look, he's already got himself a pole and running as well as he is.
Rookie of the Year honors, one would assume virtually sewed up this early in the season. You saw Kyle going a little lap down, Kyle Petty being bypassed moments ago. 14 cars on the racetrack, 11 on the lead lap. The others are in the garage after a plethora of first segment accidents.
A bunch.
That's two.
Okay. All right, you're sitting home. You're the crew chief. Play the role of crew chief now. You've got 8 laps to go.
Look at those numbers there. Last lap, Tony Stewart quicker than race leader Jeff Gordon on the stopwatches.
In 8 laps, if you were Ray Evernham, do you bring that 24 in, put 4 tires on it, or leave him in there and keep track position?
I think you got to bring everybody in, especially with this few cars on the lead lap.
I agree with both of you, and I will tell you that I think Jeff Gordon right now is looking in the mirror. He's running as fast as he needs to. I don't think he's pressuring that car right now, maybe make a mistake. I think he's driving a very smart race at this moment.
And now if you do make the pit stop in the caution lap between segment 2 and 3, you don't get back your same position. Wherever you come off a pit road, it's like a regular race. Wherever you come off pit road, that's where you fall in line for the final shootout.
And as you're watching Gordon, if it appears as if the colors in his car change, they do. That's another one of those Chrome Illusion cars, that unique paint scheme that they've come up with by his sponsor. And as it hits different colored lights, picks up different colors. It's purple, it's blue, it's orange, it's red, it's brown. That's a set.
And fast.
And fast.
Always fast.
One of the many DuPont Racing Team fans on hand looking spectacle.
Well, there weren't plenty to bring this car to the Coca-Cola 600 next weekend, but after the run it's had tonight, I wonder.
But you know one thing about that team, they can rarely ever change from their game plan. Look at this scramble for second. Glenn, I don't know how much you can see from pit road, but Tony Stewart's given Terry Labonte all he wants.
Yeah, he is, and you know, Jerry Labonte's car was so strong earlier on. I just talked to Andy Graves, the crew chief, and Andy told me that the longer they run in this segment, the tighter the car gets. So that's the reason that Gordon was able to drive by him so easily. They're going to try to fix it with air pressure. They will come in and make that last critical adjustment. They hope it's exactly right to try to speed that car up for the final 10 laps.
Eli, you can see right here, Tony Stewart gains about 5 or 6 cars. That is because the car is extremely tight of Terry Labonte, so he has to go in the corner a little slower so he can pick the throttle up. If he goes in too hard, he'll push right up the racetrack.
As was the case in segment number 1. Here in segment 2, $50,000 to win the segment. $15,000 for the second place finisher, $7,500 for third. It was Gordon, Sterling, Marlin, and Jeremy Mayfield in that order in the first segment.
Oh, here we go.
Second place.
Look at this.
What a story.
A rookie in the Winston Cup division.
After qualifying at the Indianapolis 500 earlier today at some 220 miles an hour, flying back here,
winning the Winston Open,
now in second spot in the Winston, heading towards that final segment just moments away.
Will he get some experience in this division?
Lap 59 of 60. Look at that scramble. Jeffrey Bodine in the 60. The 3 of Dale Earnhardt. That is 5th place up for grabs.
You can see Earnhardt right now. He's really looking forward to making some changes on this car. It's very loose up out of the corner. What that means, the back end of the car is trying to come around on him all the time.
Well, there won't be any changes in position up front. $50,000 more to that man, Jeff Gordon. $15,000 more to Tony Stewart. Terry Labonte, $7,500 more. Brooke Gordon likes what she sees, and Joe Gibbs says, hey, we got 10 more laps to get the big payday. Don't count that youngster out. We are live at the Lowe's Motor Speedway. Segment 2 of the Winston is in the books. The 10-lap showdown for all the marbles when we come back.
Oh, I'd like as much as they can put on it.
A lot of cheddar.
How much cheddar is enough?
Tons of it.
There's nothing better than cheddar.
So Wendy's new Cheddar Lovers Bacon Cheeseburger is loaded with cheddar.
A lot of cheddar on that burger.
This is one heavy cheddar burger.
Along with 3 strips of hickory smoked bacon and sauteed onions, there are 2 slices of rich cheddar, plus a cheddar cheese sauce.
Nothing's missing from this burger.
Very cheesy.
There you go.
Wendy's new Cheddar Lovers Bacon Cheeseburger.
You're gonna love it.
When I lay awake at night, this is what I think about.
That makes 2 of us.
You know, my first racing days were pretty rough. With my wheels set so close together, I was always getting loose in the turns. Now that I'm trading paint with the big boys, wider is better.
With speed-sensitive steering, the White Track Grand Prix delivers precise control in the corners. No wonder it's been selected official pace car of NASCAR.
There's no getting around it. Wider.
The White Track Grand Prix. Wider is better. By Pontiac.
After we ran the last practice last night, the car was just a little bit too tight, so we decided to change the right rear spring and make some small. Sorry.
The MB&A Platinum 200, June 5th on TNN.
We're here at a NASCAR race to take a survey. First question, does anyone sell as many high-quality auto parts as Napa? That'd be a no. Does anyone sell more hard-to-find parts than Napa? No again. Does anyone have as many ASE-certified employees? Last question, would you like to get paid for this survey? Just checking. Napa, over 200,000 parts, and everyone's important.
It's action-packing, dirt-tracking at Park Jefferson Speedway. Presenting Checkered Flag Night. Every child's going to receive a free checkered flag this Saturday night when the NASCAR Winston Racing Series continues at Park Jefferson Speedway. See the cars and stars of NASCAR Dirt compete wheel to wheel as they race for the checkered flag. It's this Saturday night. Races start at 7:30 at Park Jefferson Speedway. Take I-29 to exit 4, just 10 minutes north of Sioux City. Bring the family and enjoy Checkered Flag Night this Saturday night at Park Jefferson Speedway.
Well, pit road just now opens here at the Lowe's Motor Speedway. Who does what? Do you take 2 tires, 4 tires? What's the gamble? The race leader, Jeff Gordon. Second place, that man, Tony Stewart. Steve Burns is there.
And Eli, they changed just right side tires and made a chassis adjustment to the right rear. So a bit of a gamble for Tony Stewart's team. Let's go to Glenn Jarrett.
And we're down in Terry Labonte's pits. Remember, he was tight, so they're making an air pressure adjustment. 4 tires, and they took 1 round of wedge out, Ralph.
Well, they had decided to take 4 tires on Jeff Gordon's car. As soon as he hit the pit box, Ray Evernham took a look down pit road to see what everybody else was doing, and he made the call off the box while they were already to the right side. 2 tires, they only went to work on 2, and they were back out in front of the field. A gutsy call by Ray Evernham after they had already decided to go with 4, Larry.
Well, Ralph, Dale Earnhardt, who had fallen back because of being loose, he definitely took 4 tires on major adjustments, but they did have some trouble on the pit stop. Now, Jeff Bodine, up to the last minute, they was thinking we're going to change 2 tires, try to get that track position, but the bad news for Jeff Bodine, he only has high gear. They went on and took 4 tires because they had to push him down pit road to get him going in high gear only, and that's going to be bad news for 10 laps because he's going to lose a lot of ground when they drop the green.
So some go with right sides only. Tony Stewart and Jeff Gordon. Others go with a 4-tire change. Terry Labonte, Dale Earnhardt, and Jeffrey Bodine. There you see the unofficial running order and results through segment number 2. That's how they will start heads up in that final segment. As now we go down to Ralph Shaheen for our AutoZone Tech Fact. Ralph?
Eli, one of the things we're seeing coming along here in NASCAR racing is the use of computers. This is Ralph Miller of Jeff Gordon's crew. This computer down here is driving all of these monitors, including this big gas plasma screen you see up here. The screen itself is about $8,000. There's about $20,000 worth of equipment here. It also powers the screen up in top where Ray Evernham is sitting, so Ray can see our broadcast, as well as this big screen down here, which is about 42 inches wide, so the entire crew can keep an eye on what Jeff Gordon is doing. Now, they record everything on tape, take it back to the shop, and watch the broadcast, pick apart their pit stops and the race, and see how they can improve. Ralph Miller is the man that put all this together for the Hendrick team, and it travels to every one of the NASCAR Winston Cup races.
Intriguing. They also have that big scoring monitor there you might have seen. Nothing that NASCAR doesn't allow. Let's make that clear, but at the same time, that team always seems to be on the cutting edge of the latest technology.
They really are. They've come up with so many new inventions and so many new ideas. Ray Evernham constantly thinking of ways to do it better, and that has a lot to do with finishing up front.
I would like to ask Larry Mack one question. What is the difference in 4 tires and 2 tires on the watch?
Well, what we've seen here during this last week of practicing here and testing, I'm going to say it's going to be about 3 or 4 tenths at least, buddy. But I'm sure they made some major air pressure adjustments to get those right side tires caught up with the left sides. But the big thing with only 10 laps, if you can get a jump, if you can get that jump out there, you may can hold them off for 10 laps, but it's going to be interesting.
In one more lap, we'll be settling the Winston. What do the drivers think about this final 10-lap shootout? Let's listen.
It really, in the end, is about the show. That's what racing really is. For the competitors, it's about winning. But we'd be winning in our backyards if we weren't putting on a great show. So the show is very important.
Your heart is really pounding for the last 10-lap segment because, I mean, you know that you're getting ready to run 10 laps as hard as you possibly can, and a lot of times you're going to take some extra risks that you wouldn't normally take. Like I said, there's a lot of money on the line. It's a real prestigious kind of one of those races where everybody wants to say, hey, I won Winston.
Getting ready to get the green in that 10-lap segment is the most tense that I am all year. It's even more so than the Daytona 500, I believe, because you're anticipating a wild 10-lap shootout. Everybody's doing whatever they have to do to get to the front, and you're going to do the same thing. If you don't do that, you're going to get run over, so you might as well be a part of it and get involved.
Of that group of Mark Martin, Jeff Gordon, and Dale Jarrett, only Gordon will be able to experience it tonight. Martin and Jarrett long since in the garage. 10 laps. Strap on, folks. Here we go. Get those seat belts tight. The shootout is underway.
Well, it didn't take them long to get 3 wide going down into turn 1.
High side for Mayfield in the 12.
Here comes Earnhardt on the bottom there with those new tires.
Caution is being put on the speedway.
I do not know what for.
Caution.
Wave them off.
The starter, in that case, that gentleman, Jimmy Howell, has to start the 3rd segment, the final segment of the Winston. The starter has to start the race. The driver, the lead driver, does not go when he chooses or anyone else. And they must wait, as the drivers were all instructed, until Jimmy Howell unfurls the hanky. And Ralph, you got to be patient. I know it's tough for those guys to do.
Eli, it's been really confusing down here in the last minute in Jeff Gordon's pit. At the beginning of that, they thought that they had the right to decide whether or not, as the pole guy going into this last 10-lapper, that they had the right to decide whether they start on the outside or the inside. Jeff wanted the outside. NASCAR said, no, we'll tell you where you start. You'll start on the inside. Now they knew that it was up to the starter to start the race. They say they went when they saw the green. NASCAR says otherwise. NASCAR has the final say.
So again, they'll get the 1-to-go signal when they get back to the stripe. And false starts in that final segment have become somewhat the norm as opposed to the exception.
Come on, 200,000. I'd probably start in the middle of the back straightaway. You kidding me?
You do what you got to do.
Looks like Jeffrey Bodine has a problem. The Power Team Monte Carlo, remember, having transmission problems. That was documented by, I believe, Glenn down on the pit lane earlier, or possibly Steve. But in any event, we've been keeping you informed on the tranny problems for Jeffrey Bodine.
That's too bad. He did such a good run here tonight.
He's lagging about a 1/3 of a lap behind everybody else right now.
Eli, they had the black flag out as he come by.
Only has 4th gear was the last report we had gotten from the pit road. That's a heartbreaker. Former winner of the Winston. Matter of fact, now in turn number 2, as we watch, Jeff's about out of steam. He's trailing those guys by about 800 yards or so and turtling along.
He might be trying to anticipate the start there, since he only has high gear, and start accelerating as he goes into turn 3 to build up a little momentum on this group.
Now let's see what happens. We've still got 10 laps to go. They will wait for the green flag from Jimmy Howell.
Look at this dicing around up front between Gordon and Stewart.
No green yet. No flag yet.
Green.
That's on now.
And Bodine is caught up with the pack, but he was just right. That's what he did.
Tony Stewart with the lead and a power move to the outside.
Exactly right. They don't call him Tony the Tiger for nothing. I've watched him in midgets, sprint cars, you name it. As far as just pure bravery, I don't know anybody's got any more than he does.
He's got to be wiggling inside. When he won that No Bull 25 qualifier, he just made it clear he was taking the trophy home. Not that man, not Joe Gibbs, not the coroner. Tony said, I'm taking it home. He was so proud of that. Look what he's doing tonight.
And he's so concerned about the right thing. One of the other reasons he hustled back from Indianapolis today was to do a photo shoot for the cover of TV Guide for an article coming out later. That I've got those responsibilities I've got to take care of. Let's go to pit road.
Jeff Gordon on the first restart. That was a huge break. The fact that they restarted that, he didn't know what to expect, but you can see he's out in front now.
Call it 5, maybe 6 car lengths.
Back and forth Earnhardt with fresh tires right now, making good advancements up through the field here. You see him right on the bottom of the racetrack. Jeff Gordon slides up a little bit. Here comes Earnhardt.
Good scramble. That's the 3rd.
Those 4 fresh tires are getting the job done.
Oh, he slides up into Gordon there.
Gives him a little room, though. Could have taken him out. They all used their heads. Sterling's to the inside in the 40. Here comes Mayfield in the 12. Riding with Bill Elliott in 7th. But the leader is a half second up on 2nd place. But that's closing in a hurry. Here comes Terry Labonte chasing down Tony Stewart. What a storyline this would be.
Oh. Let me tell you something. Don't count out Texas Terry. He is coming. Look at this.
That.
I'm going to tell you, Earnhardt's not going to lift, if that's what you're waiting on.
I don't think we're going to wait for Earnhardt to lift. Jeffrey's running well. Transmission trouble or not, he's right in there.
Yeah, once he got going, he was there.
5 to go.
Michael walks up behind him. That's that battle from 4th on back. Up front.
Here comes Terry Labonte on the inside of Tony Stewart down into turn 3.
The winner in 1988 trying to do it again in 99. Terry Labonte takes the lead.
Stewart looking to the bottom now. Not quite strong enough to make that move back off the corner, but now he starts to look to the inside of Terry Labonte.
The fans just cheering wildly here in Charlotte, North Carolina.
Oh, baby, that's all the racetrack. Tony Stewart got loose.
So Gibbs watching his driver, Tony Stewart. Should something happen to these front 2, you've got Jeff Gordon running in 3rd. You always need to remind everybody of that in the Winston. And boy, once Tony got loose, I think that might have been all Terry Labonte needed.
Yep, 2 tires versus 4 tires.
Terry took on 4. White sides only for Tony Stewart. These guys aren't into moral victories, but regardless what happens tonight, Tony Stewart equipped himself so well.
You know, they talked about Terry Labonte was not that good in practice today, and they were going to adjust on this car. Whatever they done, they did the right thing, believe me.
Couple of laps to go. Terry Labonte is up by a second now. There's the leader. Lap and a half remaining. Rick Hendrick and all the Hendrick Motorsports fans looking on. They are coming to the white flag. One more lap around. In 2nd place, Tony Stewart. Holding Superman at bay as though they were kryptonite in the trunk of the car. But that's 2nd place. $200,000. About to go to Terry Labonte. Here comes the winner of the Winston for 1999. Terry Labonte wins. 2nd place, Tony Stewart. Jeff Gordon will finish in 3rd. Earnhardt comes home 4th. And yes, Rick Hendrick, you're going to victory lane as the fireworks begin to light up the nighttime sky here at the Lowe's Motor Speedway. Good run for Terry Labonte. Spectacular night for Tony Stewart. And whatever you want in racing, you had it tonight here in Charlotte. We're going to victory lane with that crew, Andy Graves and the Kellogg's Bunch. Right after this.
Hey, Ray, those brake pads really did the trick.
Great.
I got a couple more things I need. Do you think you have these?
Think? No problem. Hey, Jeff, can you get these for Dan?
I'm on it.
Hey, Dan, here you go. Anything else?
No, I think this'll do it.
All right, great.
Thanks, guys.
Not as fast as Charlotte.
Yeah, I know. I was a little slow on that turn at aisle 3.
Advance Auto Parts. The best part is our people.
When friends get together, the work's all done. There's one place to go when the weekend comes. Ford Country. Look at that truck. Ford Country. Gonna kick up some dust. Ford Country. Where the open road runs. Ford Country.
Get to the Tough Truck Stampede at your local Ford store.
Whenever you see racetracks around the world, you usually see Mobil 1 signs. So many people think that Mobil 1 synthetic is only for high-performance cars. Well, let me dispel that myth for you right now. Mobil 1 can improve the performance of almost any car while protecting the engine even under the most severe conditions. So, for the same reason the race guys use Mobil 1, so should you.
Nothing outperforms Mobil 1.
Guys, I'm coming in.
What is it, Mike? Is it too loose?
No, it's my kitchen. I want to remodel, but I don't know where to start.
What? Hey, you're the kitchen guy. Get in here.
Okay, here's what you do.
When it comes to home improvement, there's no better team to work with than Team Lowe's. Lowe's, proud sponsor of Winston Cup Team number 31 and its World Championship pit crew.
Hey, Larry, let me talk to that kitchen guy again.
It's for you.
Well, we saw that exact same scene 11 years ago to this very day, May the 22nd. That's when Terry Labonte last won the Winston. Let's go right back to victory lane and do it again 11 years later.
And Terry Labonte climbs from the car. A very happy Texas Terry Labonte. Obviously, his wife Kim standing right behind me. She can't wait to get to the man. And here comes the confetti. What a jubilant crowd this is. Terry Labonte. Congratulations, man. First thing, get a kiss from Kim there. Yeah, get the important stuff out of the way. Now, we heard all weekend long about how bad the car was, how you guys were struggling. What in the world did you do to it besides the 4 tires on the last stop?
We just bent the fenders in that early part of the race. It was better after that, I think. No, those guys made some changes on it, really worked hard. We were scratching our heads. We were in trouble early today, and we just kept working at it. Made some changes and adjusted every time we could there. So I just got to thank Kellogg's, our sponsor, Advance Auto Parts, Quaker State, Chevrolet, GMAC, all the people that helped us Mountain Dew. We couldn't do it without all their help, and just a great win. I tell you, this is a surprise. We never expected it. I know there's a lot of guys that fell out today that would have been tough, but hey, it was a good run for us.
$207,500 is your take. But the one thing I want to ask you, if you know, the last time you won it was in 1988 on May 22nd, same day.
Well, I heard that, and I thought, well, that's good, but I'm starting in 13th spot, so I wasn't sure about that. But it's a good run for us. Got to thank my owner here, Rick Hendrick, John Hendrick, all the Hendrick family, and this is cool here. I'll tell you, we're excited.
Well, you can certainly tell they're excited. We'll go back up topside for a minute. Eli?
All right, Glenn, the 8th time that Chevrolet has won the Winston. And for Terry Labonte, it pushes his earnings in 14 running of the Winston to $822,000. We're back to wrap it up after this.
Good morning, Mr. Clark.
Morning, Tommy.
Good morning, Mr. Clark.
Morning, Tommy.
Good morning, Mr. Clark.
Morning, Tommy.
Amazing. That car never ages.
To help keep your car young, protect your engine with Haviland Formula 3 motor oil. Add more life to your car.
Sleek. Sophisticated. Stylish. And yet with an exhilarating V6. Chevy Monte Carlo lets you express that hidden part of your personality, just dying to get out.
Mr. Freeman.
How are you?
Tommy.
Monte Carlo. The side you show the world is up to you.
In our quest for the finest brakes in the world,
we tested our pads against other leading brands. With pad after pad, in test after test, the results were always the same. No other brand stopped shorter than Performance Friction Carbon Metallic. The ones we stock at AutoZone.
We've heard your complaints about changing your oil filter, trying to grip that slippery filter. That's why Fram, America's #1 filter, now has Sure Grip, a rough textured top for easy gripping and installing.
It makes changing your oil filter a lot easier.
This summer, if you can dream it up, Sonic can put it in a cup. We've got hundreds of drink flavors you can mix and match. Plus, our 44-ounce Route 44 big drinks. Enough choices to let your dreams run wild.
Sonic America's driving.
TNN Motorsports live coverage of the Winston NASCAR's All-Star Race has been brought to you by Haviland Formula 3 Motor Oil. Add more life to your car. And by Genuine Chevrolet, the cars more Americans trust. Well, as the fans now begin to head for the exits, why don't we check out the final results, see where everybody came home. All of those drivers right there on the lead lap. Jeffrey Bodine persevered with his problems. The other driver on the lead lap was Darrell Waltrip, the final driver on the lead lap. And, of course, a lot of destruction in that first segment of the Winston.
That certainly changed the complexion of this event, no question about that. We lost some of the best racers in the event, but turned out to be a good race again, as always, here at the Winston.
Jeff Gordon finished third. Steve Burns is with him.
And Jeff's out of the race car. Jeff, you've won this race before, but not tonight. Tell us about your run.
Well, it was a good run. We were really strong, those 30 lappers. Hated to see that wreck happen. It took a lot of good cars out. But, you know, we took 2 tires. Felt like, you know, we were racing the 20 and the 40. But it looked like 4 was the way to go. And you know, we've won this thing by taking 4. We got beat tonight by somebody that took 4. But I really thought we'd be fine on 2. The biggest thing for me was I didn't want to be on the pole. It was a huge disadvantage to be on the inside going into 1. I thought maybe if I got back behind Tony, I might be able to get him back. But then Terry came charging up through there. My car just did not stick the way I wanted it to there the first few laps. And 10 laps is a lot longer around here than you think.
I believe you. Thanks, Jeff. Let's go to Ralph Shaheen.
Well, we're with the Rushville Rocket, Tony Stewart, and boy, what a show you put on tonight. You win the Winston Open, you come out so strong in the Winston, you got snookered on a restart, but you come back and finish second, and now you have to go back to Indy to see what to do up there with your car. Give me a quick summation of your night and how it went for you.
Well, I mean, the Winston Open was a great race for us. You know, Greg Zippadelli and all the guys on the Home Depot car did a great job making adjustments to make sure that we were a little freer for the Open than we were last night in the 25-lap race. But you know, we went to the Winston and tightened it up a little bit because the runs were a little shorter and got too tight and just kept fighting that all night and kept making it better and better. But we just got snookered on the restart that got called back with Jeff. And trust me, he's still got some sprint car driver in him. So for everybody that thinks he's forgot where he's come from, he's still got it. Don't worry about that. But you know, after we got the real restart and got going, we just got beat by 4 tires. You know, Terry was strong, and we were actually better than he was right before the end there. And you know, he gambled and rolled the dice, and it paid off for him. I think he thinks I tried to run him up high in 1 and 2, and it was all I could do to keep from wrecking us. I just drove it in too deep, and you know, tonight was a good learning night. I mean, I learned a lot tonight that's going to help us for next week, and hopefully he won't take it personal and he'll understand I just made a mistake.
Eli, a quick shower, and he's going right back to the airport headed to Indianapolis. He's going to see how everything goes in the second day of qualifying up there. He likes the car he's got on the field already. If it'll hold, that's the one he's going to run next week at the Brickyard.
He was some 220 miles an hour in qualifying, and of course he'll be running the 600 as well. Next week, back to point racing. There you see the Haviland point standings, brought to you by Haviland Formula 3 Motor Oil. Add more life to your car. That's how they'll be going to the post next weekend with points on the line in the NASCAR Winston Cup Series. Back to Charlotte in a moment.
I believe in miracles. Where you from? You sexy thing, you. Where did you come from, baby?
a delicious chicken sandwich at Burger King. It might not be a miracle, but at just 99 cents, you gotta admit, it is kinda sexy.
When you have it your way, it just tastes better.
I never thought when my son moved away that I wouldn't see him for 3 years. It's just a tractor for my grandson. But this trip I wasn't gonna miss.
He's sleeping.
This is for when he's older. My son had built his own life.
Hey, Dad.
He got a John Deere.
Of course.
But he still appreciates where he came from.
The LT-133 from John Deere. At under $2,000, it's possibly the best lawn tractor ever built. And it's the only one with a past as bright as its future.
Fresh.
The MBNA Platinum 400, June 6th at 12:30 Eastern on TNN. Welcome back. We want to tell everybody that TNN Motorsports is offering special merchandise that commemorates tonight's running of the Winston, including exact die-cast replicas of the flashback Wrangler Monte Carlo and the Eagle One Taurus that Dale Earnhardt and Mark Martin drove this evening. To order these or other great products, why not call the toll-free number you see on the screen, 1-877-TNN-1999. That's 1-877-TNN-1999 for those special die-cast cars. A better way to help remember all that shook down here, and I think that's the operative term, at the Lowe's Motor Speedway. Guys, I don't think we were disappointed, except that you would have liked to have seen all the big names around for that final shootout, but you know, that's one of the byproducts of this race, always has been.
They run hard here and things like that happen, no question about it. But we had a good race, and that's what everybody came for, was a good race, and we sure saw one.
I got a feeling if it all stayed in the race, Terry Labonte, the way that car was running at the end would have been a factor no matter how many cars were in there.
How many guys now go and make significant changes for next week?
Well, if I was Terry Labonte, I would paint that boy and bring him right back out here, because that is a serious race car. Jeff Gordon's got a great car. So many of these cars. Tony Stewart, I mean, I'm sure they learned a lot here. Like he said, what a learning experience.
Darrell Waltrip came home in 11th today, and things went well for him, but this is one of those evenings that we'll all remember. Earlier in the Winston Open, we had a slapping, banging, and beating kind of night going on as Tony Stewart got the win. David Green had problems early in the race, and that was really just the harbinger of things to come, because Dale Jarrett found himself spinning later in the day, along with many other drivers in the actual running of the Winston itself. And then everything began to unfold as you normally expect it to on a big carnival-like night here in Charlotte. Yep, that's what the Winston oftentimes is all about. Hope you enjoyed our coverage from the Lowe's Motor Speedway. Buddy Baker and Dick Berggren up here alongside me. Glenn Jarrett, Steve Burns, Ralph Shaheen, and Larry McReynolds are on the pit lane and in the garage area as we all sat back and watched some great racing. But it was Terry Labonte who, when the chips were on the table, took it to the house and wins the 1999 renewal of the Winston. I'm Eli Gold for